trying to
Total WoW
change that,
adds
but it
new
doesn't.
races,
For some reason, it
quests,
doesn't let me.
zones, dungeons, battlegrounds, and
I have to
raids
make
while
it-
preserving
Newtonia,
the feel and aesthetic of vanilla
Are you
WoW.
familiar with
Turtle
anarcho-capitalism?
WoW is also completely
know.
free
I'm-
and available to download
I know
on the
that
Turtle WoW
generally I
website
don't know
right
if
now.
there's any kind of philosophers that go into it, so...
Well, do you have any questions about it?
Yeah, like, do you guys know what exchange value is?
Do we exchange values?
No, do you know what exchange value is?
I mean, an item can be desired because I can use it myself, or even if I have no interest in using it myself, I know that others will like to use it, or at least will be willing to give me something for it, and that's its exchange value.
I see. Do you think there's something wrong, like, with things like speculation? Like, the
Not
idea...
inherent.
Not inherently?
Not
Like,
inherently, no.
like, what if if I see someone who is hungry, right? And by the circumstances that I found him in, I force him to, well, quote unquote, force him. He's still willing, but I place to him a deal in which he sells his family for a piece of bread. Is that wrong?
Yeah. So
Well,
of
wait a
course
minute.
that's wrong.
He can't sell his family. He does not own his family. They own themselves. He can't sell them.
Oh yeah. Okay. So, like, what about his house? Sell his house.
Yeah,
for-
I mean, you can sell his house.
if you would like,
What's wrong with that?
if you would like to sell your house for a piece of bread, then that's perfectly, that's your business. However, you could probably get a lot more pieces of bread. You could leverage the house far better than that. You could rent out a room in the house and get many, many pieces of bread every week, or you could sell the house for, many thousands of pieces of bread.
Yeah,
So
you could.
this would be
but-
very, very
Yeah,
bad business.
Of course.
This is
you
kind
could.
of like, I'm not religious myself, but I did grow up with Torah, with the Old Testament, and there's a biblical story about Jacob and his brother. His brother
Ezekiel?
Esau?
Esau?
No, I think it was
Sorry, I
Esau.
don't know much about the
So-
Bible neither.
So, well, I learned it in Hebrew. Yaakov and his brother. Well, anyway, so Jacob had a brother, and his brother one day comes home very, very hungry, starving, and Jacob has made a bowl of lentil soup.
Mhm.
And the brother is starving, and he says, "I need to get me some of that red stuff. I'll give you anything for some of that red stuff." And Jacob is like, "Anything, you say? Well, sure thing. All I want is your birthright." And meaning all of what Esau would have inherited, like when their father dies or something. And so Esau accepts the deal, and then Jacob gets his birthright. And, clearly it was a disproportionate deal.
Yeah.
So
So
that's kind of a
the-
parallel for the scenario you're describing, and I think that it does belong to Jacob. It was incumbent on Esau to be responsible in what agreements he makes.
Yeah, but do you think there's some injustice there in that trade in it of itself?
No.
No,
Like
That is to say-
an entire birthright being traded off for a lentil
Well,
soup.
he chose to do it.
I
you
think
can choose to
the
do a lot of
idea-
different things. You can choose
the idea of there
you can
being
choose to-
the idea of there being injustice in that trade, it would kind of seem to presuppose the idea of like equality in an exchange, that you're supposed to in theory have that what I'm receiving is roughly about equal in value to what I'm parting with. But the problem with that is that value is subjective. There's no such thing as an equal exchange. In fact, if I'm trading my apple for your orange, and you're agreeing to give me your orange in exchange for my apple, what that necessarily means is that I value the orange more than the apple, and you don't. You value the apple more than the orange. What this reflects is that there's an inequality in our value assessments of the things that we're trading. Now, value doesn't exist outside of that. That is, there's no such thing as value outside of the mind.
Well, like, do you believe?
Even
Well, do you believe
go
that
on.
you can get, like, it's possible to get an objective context?
No.
an objective what?
An objective context.
Oh,
What do you mean
yeah, what's
context?
that mean?
An objective context?
context.
What do you mean by that?
Like, for example, like, I have a perspective. Like, this perspective of mine is that I've heard you speak 2 seconds ago. Is that a fact?
You factually did hear me speak 2 seconds ago, but I don't think that's what you're asking.
I'm not sure how this is relevant.
That's what I'm saying.
Well, how is this
yes or no,
relevant
do you believe
to
it?
subjective value?
Well, first of all, do you believe that you can get an objective context?
Do I believe
I don't
that we
think
live
I
in a-
understand
in a-
the subjective
I'm not sure what you mean by that.
objective context thing. I'm ready to concede the premise that we have sensory information and we observe reality, and we can generally assume our observations of reality to be correct for simplicity. That if I look over there and there's a chair there and I see a chair, we can accept rhetorically the premise that there is a chair. We don't have to dissect. Well, we're all in a simulation, and maybe the chair is not real.
Right.
We can't trust my eyes, and so no, we can trust my eyes, and it's a chair. Does that answer your question?
A little bit. On the question of preferences, do you believe that preferences are reducible to pure subjectivity?
Pure seductivity? Like I'm seduced by things? Well,
No, subjectivity.
yes.
Do you
that
mean
is-
in the sense that we subjectively choose our values? In that sense, then yeah, I think that value is subjective. It does not, like taxation just said, it does not exist outside of the mind.
Do you think that like water is objectively more valuable in the desert than it is in a place where there is a lot of water?
Not
I think that
objectively,
people,
but subjectively,
it's more
yes.
scarce. It is more scarce, and people tend to value things to a greater degree when they are more scarce. That is, each unit of a given commodity, the more scarce that it is, if it's something that is wanted, the more scarce that it is, the more people will tend to value each unit.
Okay, so
True.
context is objective there, right? Like water is more valuable in the desert compared to water being sold in the oceen.
But that's
Well,
a generality, right? The only the right.
Wait a minute. Here, I do have a bit of a counter to that, which
Okay.
is the fact that if you're in the desert, or actually, let me phrase that a little differently. Water in the desert could, in a sense, be said is not as valuable as water in a city, because in the desert, in most areas of most deserts, there are no people to value that water.
That's true.
Whereas in a city, there's lots of people to value the water. If I go set up a water stand in the desert, I know that's kind of there's a trope, this is used as a rhetorical tool, the water stand in the desert. But if I go set up a water stand in the desert, where I'm looking for $1 million a bottle for water, or, a lifetime of indentured servitude, or whatever the silly price might be, well, I'm probably going to go hungry because there's nobody who's going to come and get it. I mean, if I find one person, I guess I'm in luck, assuming that person is ill-prepared and didn't, hasn't collected any rainwater. I actually spent a few months in the desert. Water is not impossible to get. Desert doesn't mean there's no water.
It's
Also,
crazy
if
that,
I can add something, if you
has
don't mind, to say that water is objectively valuable in the desert would mean that it would be true outside of humans. But
No,
again,
dude, that's not-
value
no.
does not exist outside of the mind. Value comes from
my
human
goodness,
beings.
dude.
Only human beings
Dude.
can value things.
in the same way that like I could, our perception of human history would not exist without humans, right? Human history would not exist without humans. It doesn't mean that there are no facts in human history, correct?
No, but we're talking
In
about
human history,
hold
we
on,
can-
but we're talking about subjective values, right? History can happen outside
dude.
of human beings, right? We could if there's no human beings around, history will continue, right? Now,
And we're talking,
but
yes, and
subjective value does not exist outside of humanity. It does not exist outside of the values of mankind.
And it's just and it's also likewise possible for us to say that it's a fact that in the past you value this thing more than like this other thing, right? Like we could have objective statements about subjective preferences, correct?
You could say
Sure.
at this point in time, I subjectively valued this thing more than that thing. Yeah, of course.
Okay, so like this is a human perspective that is objective regarding something that is subjective, correct?
You're pointing to a subjective value that happened in the objective reality, yes, but that does not mean that value is objective. The value did not come from outside of the mind of an individual.
That's not like I'm not saying otherwise. Like what I'm saying is like context is objective and
objective
like
means
the
is
realm.
actually
realm
that
of-
is what you're saying, because the word objective is a mind independent truth.
No, dude, that's not what. Like
Is that not what that is?
objective. Objective just means that like it's a thing that comports with reality, right? And if a thing that comports with reality,
That's just what I just said.
well, like there are mind dependent things that are that comports with reality. Like for example, the idea that like our subjective perceptions is contingent upon our minds, but if it comports with the set of things called reality, then it's objective.
Yes, but the value in itself was determined subjectively.
I mean, how could it not be? We're all subjective beings, but subjective
okay, so then you agree with us.
No, subjective preferences can be objective, right? Just like how your subjective your subjective perceptions, it can be like if it matches with the set of things called reality, then it's objective.
It's objective that it happened. For example, when I bought my truck, the price that I paid for my truck after interest was $24,000.
Oh,
That time, I valued the truck more than I valued $24,000. Now, I currently this is not my valuation of it. I would love to get $24,000 for the truck, but at the time, it is an objective fact that I did, and demonstrable by the fact that I paid that much for it. It is an objective fact that I did at that point in time subjectively value the truck more greatly than I valued $24,000.
Yeah, there you go.
But that's a subjective the evaluation is subjective.
The preferences are not reducible to nothing but pure subjectivity, correct?
Yeah.
Because man himself is not reducible to nothing but pure subjectivity. Like, you like man can objectively consider himself as a thing that exists in reality. He can and we can speak of him objectively in a slice of history that he objectively values this thing, right? At this setting.
It seems like what you're smuggling in through the back door here is the idea that if somebody factually did have a certain value judgment, that makes the value judgment objective.
Yeah, that's true. Just like how we can get like objective statements regarding like subjective states of mind in history. Right? We could do likewise when it comes to prices.
I think that for somebody to say that value is subjective does not imply that whether or not a valuation took place is subjective. We could say that a valuation having taken place, such as my valuation of the truck as being of greater value to me than the $24,000, that objectively did happen. And when we say that valuation was subjective, what we're saying is that the fact that I valued it at that time, while it is a fact, it is a product. My valuation of it was a product of my subjective ordinal value scale in my mind.
No one is saying otherwise, dude. All I'm saying is that like we could get objective statements upon not just the fact that you have made a subjective perception, but even on the very content of your subjective perception, we could make objective statements about it. Correct?
I'm sure we could come up with some. I mean, we could say, for instance, that we could come up with reasons that I valued the truck more greatly than I valued $24,000, or I could say reasons. Now, somebody could not tell me coherently that my reasons are wrong unless there is
Why
a
not?
misconception.
Why not? I think it's possible.
Unless there's a
It's possible,
misconception in
like-
them. For instance, if I said that I valued the truck more than $24,000 because it's the same truck that was driven by Napoleon in the Napoleonic Wars, well, that would be based on a misconception. So we would say that that reason is wrong.
Mhm.
We wouldn't that wasn't my reason. Granted, it wasn't my reason because I never thought my truck was owned by Napoleon. But if hypothetically I said that that's why I valued the truck and I was willing to pay so much for it, then we would say it was a subjective valuation based on an objectively wrong reason. Now, if I said that I valued the truck so much because I considered it beautiful, well, that would this would be inherently, whether or not
that's
it's
fine. Yeah, that's fine. But like
the reason I bought the
that's
truck, I needed a
that's
truck
the-
because I had bought a house that's not accessible without four-wheel drive.
okay.
Okay.
Okay, but like given all of what you've said right now, right? Imagine if you're met with a seller of apples, right? And in your community, that's one of the staples. It's one of the commodities. Is apples, but somehow there is a scarcity of apples, and you don't know why that is. But the seller knows. Yes, the seller knows why there is a scarcity of apples because he is artificially creating this scarcity. He is collecting all of the apples and putting it in his house and is creating a monopoly out of it. Right? Now, is it possible to then say that like, hey, given given this artificial scarcity or like a scarcity, is it objectively the case that the true value of this good is what the merchant who is conducting this artificial scarcity is setting it as?
What do you mean? I'm unfamiliar with this true value concept.
Okay, just like how you said before that it's a wrong reason, right? There could be wrong reasons for the price of a good, like for example, someone lying to you that your car is ridden by Napoleon and you believing it and therefore evaluating it higher, right? Here, there's this merchant who is conducting in an act of deceit, right? Trying to create an artificial scarcity, and through this act of deceit, he is managing to actually sell these apples at a higher price.
What exactly is the deception, the deceit involved in this?
Well, the fact that this artificial scarcity,
How is that deception? I mean, if I go destroy I own a GMC Sierra. If I go destroy every other GMC Sierra that's out there, so I have the only one, therefore I could command a much higher price. I'm not deceiving you by telling you that it's the only one. It would be a
he's
statement.
not destroying the apples, dude. He's not destroying the apples. The apples are there, right? And so, when
he's
the
lying.
merchant, and so when the merchant says, "Hey, there's no apples," right? But the merchants are actually being hoarded by him, right? He's actually engaged in an act of deceit, and he's managing through that act of deceit to sell apples in a higher price.
Is he claiming that he doesn't have more apples?
He's claiming that he doesn't have more apples because this merchant, he is afraid that if he says that, hey, I'm actually storing all the apples, right, and I'm not giving it up at a fair price towards everyone else here, at a reasonable price, and I'm storing all the apples because I want to hike up the price so that I can get rich off of you idiots, right? He's afraid to say that because if he says that, everyone's going to kill him. So that's why he's lying about it.
One could make a case that that's fraud, but
If you're making so if you're lying or deceiving somebody under the libertarian ethic, so for instance, if I tell you that this is Napoleon's car and it ends up being just a normal GMC, that would be considered to be fraud under the libertarian ethic, and that would be theft by trick. But let's say you go to the store and there's a bunch of this guy has a bunch of apples in the bag, but he only has one on display, and you ask him, why is it so expensive? And he says, well, that's just the price. Like, he doesn't lie. He just tells you that's just the price. You could take it or leave it. Well, then, no, he isn't defrauding you in any way. You had the choice to buy the good. And if you didn't want to buy it, you didn't have to. In one situation, if one person is lying, that would be fraud. But if they're not lying and they're just, saying, hey, this is what it is, then, it's not just, there's no deception. So therefore, there's no fraud.
Yeah, I mean, like, we will get to that. Right now, we're just trying to, like, establish the foundations on the question of whether or not we can get an objective price. Right? It's hard. It's hard to get to that, knowing of.
Well, I don't think you can ever get to an objective price.
Well, just like how we can get an objective context in that slice of history, right? You can get an objective price in that slice of history.
Yeah, but people's preferences change, right?
Dude, just like how your preference for those apples is like it's distorted by the lies of that seller.
I know, but like people's preferences change. Let's just get that out the way. Right?
Yeah, that's fine, dude. That's fine.
Okay,
like,
so I'm not saying otherwise. Wait, hold on. Because people's preferences change. If I were to go into history and see, hey, this guy liked this more than this thing, and he bought it at this price, right? Yeah, I'm pointing out something that happened in history, but his subjective evaluation of that good could be completely different from there and how it is now. So that evaluation isn't really objective, right? Because his subjective evaluation could change, right?
Yeah, I'm going to disprove this right now immediately. Did you not speak?
Wait, what are you disproving?
The fact that just because a thing is subject to change, that we cannot say that it is or some instance of it is objective. So, for example,
one question. Do you disagree that people's subjective evaluations change over time, or no?
I don't disagree. Of course, it changes. But the question is.
There's a quick follow up, if you don't mind. Then obviously, if someone's valuation can change, if you see someone buying something at one point in time, that only tells you what they like at that point in time. It doesn't tell you what they like now, right?
That's true. I agree. Okay. I'm not saying otherwise. But the question, which is, this is the straw man, right? You're saying these things. This is not the point. The point is that we can make an objective evaluation of his preferences at that slice.
I know, but that doesn't like bear any that doesn't really matter to what his evaluations are now, because it could change, right?
Okay, dude, that's not like, I don't understand why you're married to the straw man. That's not the point. Look, Sithis, the point is this. Is that I could make an evaluation of what happened in the past regarding you.
Nobody disagrees with that.
Okay, that's good. And it being objective and you being subject to change doesn't mean that my evaluation of a past event regarding you is not objective.
I've never said that. What I'm saying is that that isn't useful for what I subjectively evaluate in the future. So, for instance, you could say, I used to like vanilla ice cream. You liked vanilla ice cream 30 days ago because I saw you buy vanilla ice cream. Well, it's just like, yeah, but today I just feel like eating chocolate ice cream. So, yeah, you could say, oh, well, objectively, you bought this thing, so therefore at that time you value the thing at that time. But it doesn't really, but obviously that doesn't really tell you anything about right now, right? Like, I can change my evaluation, right?
That's very true. That's very true.
Okay.
But what it does mean is that you can actually go back in time and say, like, hey, like, you have defrauded me, because actually this is what I valued in that time, right? And my evaluation at that time is objective, right? This statement regarding what I valued at that time prior is objective. And
well, it depends on whether somebody lied to you in order to get you to buy that thing. If they didn't lie to you, well, then there's no fraud.
Well, like,
one could also say that at a given point in time where many transactions are taking place simultaneously, we might say that Joseph valued the eggs at $3.12. Tommy valued the eggs at $3.50, and Wilson valued the eggs at $3.90. At the same time, in the same, market or something, the three of them may have paid different prices for comparable eggs.
Yeah, true. That's true.
Now, would we say that one of them was correct and the other two were incorrect?
I mean, I think we could say one is more correct compared to the others. Just like how, you can have a test in a mathematics class, and many people can get the wrong answers, but there are some people who will get close to the right answer. Some people will get the right answer.
Wait, you're saying that people can have wrong preferences?
How are we measuring correctness?
People can get wrong preferences. So
how are we measuring this?
So in the same way that you can have or you can be induced to actually buy or to actually evaluate a good that is not objectively the value of the good at that context, right? Because of a lie or like a deceit, someone can induce upon you a preference that is not actually conducive towards the objectivity of your survival or of your need as a human being. And from there you can get what we would call wrong preferences.
How does one measure, quantify, and determine objective value? How do you determine the objective value of an egg?
Of an egg? Well, a lot of people have theories about it. I will show you one. Where is it? It's called the doctrine or the social doctrine of just price. Right. So,
who's that by?
Hmm?
Who's that written by?
It's promulgated by medieval scholastics Trittimus.
Oh, like Aquinas.
Classical economist. Good.
Yeah, Thomas Aquinas. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Here, the principle of just price. The doctrine. This doctrine, which
Why are
was
you reading
universally
outdated economics papers, dude?
I think they're not out. I think people just adopted nonsense today.
Yeah.
and we have strayed away from things that are, or we have strayed away from the very project of getting to a correct price of goods at a given
Alright,
context.
well, before you make such assertions, how about we go into it a little bit more then?
Okay. So this doctrine, which was universally accepted in medieval times, is thus summarized by St. Thomas. If the price exceeds the value of the thing, or if the thing is worth more than the price paid, the equality which justice requires is done away with. The seller cannot justly exact a higher price merely on account of the special need the buyer may have of the thing, or the accidental advantage that may accrue to him from it. For in such cases, he would be selling what is not his. Hence the criterion of exchange value was something intrinsic to the commodity itself. That's important. This is what the socialists have an error on. Not merely competition or the haggling of the market. Hence, too, the modern distinction between value in use and value in exchange was recognized only to a very limited extent. The objective value of a commodity was calculated mainly and primarily upon the cost of production. So primarily, that's how they would know. This latter which was accounted the first charge upon every product was itself determined on the basis of a becoming standard of living for the producer. So they first assess, given the time that they spend in the production of said good, what is therefore accountable towards a reasonable way of living for said individual. In the case of most
time treated as fungible here?
Time treated as fungible? Well, that's.
For instance, yes.
I don't know what you
I've
mean
had
by-
a job. My job was to socialize puppies, and I've had where my job was to play with puppies to get them social. And I also had a job where I did construction labor, digging trenches in the boiling sun for 10 hours at a time. Is time spent socializing puppies treated as equal in value to time spent digging trenches?
I don't think time is fungible because it's not something that you can alienate. It's not a thing that you possess as a property, so it's not fungible too.
It sounded like that was some sort of factor in that time was is being treated as some sort of a factor in the value of a thing is the time the producer had to spend on it. So I just wanted clarification as to whether
It's not
time
the time. No, it's not the time.
equal to time spent doing what.
It's not the time. It's the labor, right? Like what kind of, like for example, the kind of labor that is involved in sweeping the streets is not the same as the kind of labor involved in conducting a surgery. Right? So it's not the time. Like time is not something that is fungible. It's
So how do you determine the different values between time, or the value that the person put in between time?
again, it's not time, dude. It's not time.
I know, but then
it's
yeah,
the
like,
labor.
but then the logical
I'm like-
question is like, how are you differentiating between like this guy's value? Both this guy's time is more valuable than this other person's time. Like, how are you determining that?
Well, like we can just know, like, I mean, just by seeing the kind of effort involved in the act of procuring the skill, right, under normal conditions, and also in applying the skill under normal conditions.
I'm sensing an echo of labor theory of value here, where
Yeah, essentially.
if I put a great deal of effort into smashing a log with a hammer to turn it into like some mulch, versus I, with very little effort, paint a beautiful painting, and I'm a very reputable painter and so on. But it doesn't take me much effort, that the mulch would have to be worth much more than the painting.
I mean, like it would mean that, you know, given normal conditions, if normally it would require great effort to actually create that mulch, then yeah, you should be paid a lot more.
If I find a gold nugget on
okay,
the
as-
ground, why is it valuable?
Similarly, I can take a relatively small piece of wood and use a small little hammer and smash it into wood pulp, right? And take a painstaking amount of effort to turn that into wood pulp or sawdust or something, versus I can spend 15 minutes maybe sucking somebody's dick. Well, generally speaking, it's much less effort to suck a dick. I will get paid far more for the much less effort of sucking a dick than I will get for this little bit of, of wood pulp that took me a great deal of effort and difficulty and far longer time to produce.
That's true. I mean,
Yeah,
in
what about
today's age, that's
OnlyFans
true.
models? Like, how do you explain why they get so much money? Like, what do
Yeah,
they deserve?
just
Are they
like-
doing something wrong? Are they exploiting people?
They are exploiting people, and just like what I said before, like you can be induced to have preferences that is against your own interest as a human being, and then they can exploit that. That's what's being happening in OnlyFans, wherein a lot of young men, they have this natural and rational interest, in the other sex and wanting to actually couple with them and propagate a family, and that's being exploited. They're being like groomed to have
I don't
a
think
preference.
I'm being exploited.
You don't think you're being exploited by
No.
OnlyFans?
Nope.
Dude, come on.
I
wake
think
up, wake
I
up.
get exactly what I want. I get exactly what I want when I want it.
Again,
I'm
that's
not a customer of OnlyFans. I'm not a
that's
customer of
not-
OnlyFans myself, but if I was a customer of OnlyFans, I would think that's because I'm getting more out of it than it costs me. Otherwise, I would stop being a customer.
I mean, there's a
I mean,
reason.
I'm getting more enjoyment.
I think so.
That I would be getting more enjoyment out of, the videos and stuff that I get access to, and maybe even the feeling of like, I'm kind of supporting this girl. Some guys get something out of that, right? Maybe he's getting more out of it than he would be otherwise getting out of the, $15 a month or something he's spending. And if that were not the case, then he would stop spending it.
Yeah.
Like just like how someone can groom you into wanting to, like in being okay with only like gooning inside of your room all day in front of a digital screen with digital women.
Who's grooming me to do
doesn't-
that? I thought
As
that I was
society.
making a decision on my own.
You don't,
Even if they were, is every salesman not a groomer? I mean, did Billy Mays not get on TV and groom us all into buying OxyClean? And then when
No.
you buy the OxyClean, it does its job. It does what it's supposed to do. It's not fraud.
Billy Mays
It
was
successfully.
screwing me over. What? I love that guy.
yeah, dude. I'm sorry, but like these guys have been brain rotting your minds.
But what if they
Like-
show me a product that I legitimately like? So for instance, there are tons of products that I don't really know about it had I not seen the advertisement. So for instance, I was scrolling through TikTok and I saw this 4-in-1 charger that I thought was really, really fucking cool. I would have never known about it had I not seen the advertisement.
I mean, they can provide advertisement. That's fine, but if what they're trying to do is trying to inculcate in you an inordinate desire for a thing that is, of which its value it doesn't actually correspond towards the value that they're trying to sell you for it, then
You mean
that's
fraud?
fine.
Yeah, but
Yes,
if
that-
I
exactly.
choose to buy it,
Yeah.
if the person chooses to buy
They
it,
are-
who are you to say it's an inordinate? Like, how do you determine that? Like, if I want to buy
Well,
a 4-in-1
you
charger,
could misrepresent something.
Okay, dude. In the same way,
You could misrepresent something. You could sell a product saying that this medicine will cure all diseases, when
Exactly.
really it's just a cup of it's just a bottle of piss and it won't cure anything. Well, that would be representation. I'm not sure if that's all we're talking about here, though.
yeah,
and-
not in my example. I was
and the
talking about a
dual-
4-in-1 charger.
and the dual shank in this is this, right? And then they will get you to like drinking that piss bottle, right?
What do you
because,
mean? What do you mean?
Because they will say all of these funny things about it, right? They're going to rely on the placebo effect, and then when they sell you this bottle, this stick oil, right? You're going to pay for it, thinking that's the price for this wonderful cure, and you're going to drink that piss bottle, and you're going to enjoy it. And this guy's going to run away with your money and your wife, whatever it is, your house.
My
And,
wife? I don't have a
and
wife.
you'll be the sucker. Well, like you
I know. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding.
You could have had a wife, but
What?
but because of OnlyFans, you've
I
spent
was
most
just
of your
kidding. I
year-
don't actually use OnlyFans.
Okay, good. That's good. Yeah. Don't,
I was just kidding
don't
around.
do
I used to
I mean,
produce
I watch porn
OnlyFans
once in a while,
content.
but I don't pay for porn. I feel like that doesn't make sense to me to pay for porn.
Very
You know what I mean?
straight,
Like,
yeah, exactly.
but
Okay, this is the.
but wait a minute.
smart
But like,
money
but that
porn.
doesn't. But all I was saying was like, some like the guys who do that stuff, they get some sort of value from it. It's not just like just because I think it may be irrational doesn't mean it's completely irrational from their perspective. Maybe it gives them more enjoyment than the money they have in their own pocket.
Like that's insane.
Well, from your perspective, yeah, but from that person's perspective, maybe not so much.
No. You know that well, if what you mean by rational is that like it
In the
makes
sense that they're
sense in
choosing
their-
to do it. In the sense that they're choosing to do it. Yeah.
Yeah. What you mean by rational doesn't have to do with reality in it of itself and the genuine good that could be procured by you as a reasonable human being. If what you mean by rational is divorced from that, and all it means is that there is consistency in the thought and that inside of the mind of a person, I will show you where all of the most rational people are.
Well, okay,
and
like you
they're-
got to understand, from your perspective, it may seem irrational to spend a lot of money on a hooker or a prostitute or whatever, a woman on the internet on an OnlyFans. But for some guys,
I was setting up a cool statement there. Come on, just give me this.
sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah. If what you mean by rational is that it's just consistent in a person's mind, like there's a consistent logic in the person's mind, it has nothing to do with reality outside of his mind, then I can
Didn't
show
Sithis
you.
just say it had to be purposeful to be rational?
Yeah,
Dude,
it just
I
has
can
to be
show you-
purposeful in the sense that they're choosing to do it. It doesn't have to be like you're making a good decision. Like, I could say that person is not making a good decision, but like they're still making a choice. To them, it's rational.
Wait, what is the
To
what is the
them, they
person doing? I
enjoy
missed
that
part.
more than the money that's in their pocket.
So you over.
I used to smoke crack.
Okay, good. Let me just finish my.
I used to smoke crack.
Let
Oh
me just
man,
finish
I definitely
my-
rational.
Shit. I mean, from his perspective, he wanted the crack more than his money. So
Yes.
Well, that's-
When I purchased crack, and I literally used to purchase and smoke crack. And when I purchased crack, I knew what I was buying, and I knew that I'm going to get 5 minutes of euphoria in exchange for this $10. And I, at the time, I considered that to be worth it. And in retrospect, looking back, I don't think I was being irrational. I think I was being rational.
Exactly.
I still do that. I don't do it anymore. It's been somewhere in the ballpark of 10 years. But
Smokers still
exactly.
choose to smoke, right? Like, they may be influenced by their addiction and all that, but like they still choose to smoke. You know what I mean? It's still like a choice.
Let me just finish my thing, because it's going to explain everything that what you guys are saying, right? If what you mean by rational is merely that there's a consistent logic that allows the man to will this act, right? Like, for example, partaking of crack, or like partaking of smoking, even though they know that it's an addiction, right? Like, I can show you where all of the most rational people are, and it's in the madhouse. It's in the insane asylums. Because if you're going to find yourself in a scenario where you get to talk to someone who is insane, you will notice that they are completely rational given this definition, because in their mind everything clicks, right? In their mind everything is seamless, right? You will tell this person who thinks that he's the king of England, he's not the king of England. He will say, well, you're just trying to steal my throne. You're trying to convince me that I'm not the king of England, because it's in your interest to tell me that I'm not the king of England, because I am the king of England.
Okay, all that would be the case is that if they're behaving purposefully, then by Sithis' definition, they would be rational.
Yeah, it's not a right and wrong thing.
That sounds kind of silly, but like
fundamentally,
it's just
like you're still making a choice to think that, right? Like, it isn't or to believe what you're saying. Like, it's still a choice. You're making the decision. So fundamentally, it is a rational action. Like, it may be stupid from our perspective, but I mean, like, people make decisions on their own.
It's okay. So are you willing to say that this madman in the insane asylum who's saying that he's the king of England, even though he's just Joe,
he's hallucinating.
He's just Joe Sixpack?
He's hallucinating. From his perspective, he may be correct, but he's not correct. In reality, he's incorrect.
Okay. If what you mean by rational is merely that there's a consistent logic in the mind, then sure. Like, it's appropriate for, in your definition of this word, to call Joe Sixpack thinking he's like the king of England as rational. I think rationality has to do with reality, so it's a problem of semantics.
But fundamentally, people make stupid decisions all the time, but that doesn't mean they're not acting rationally. Like, I could make I could buy an apple, right? And then, like, there could be a fucking and I'm thinking, like, oh man, I want to eat this apple, and it has like it has nutrition. I think it out, and I choose the apple over the $2 that's in my pocket, and then I eat it, and then I realize it's rotten, and I'd be like, oh well, I made a mistake. Yeah, you can make a mistake, but that doesn't change the fact that I still chose to make that out. They made that decision. I envisioned of a future in which I would have been better, and I
here's an
exchanged the goods
example
of
that I
service.
think that's not particularly the case, right? Like, I don't know, like, there's a case called the view that reasons are external, right? So people want to say that, like, if someone believed that there's a potion that was water, and the person had a reason to, maybe they desired because of thirst, but denounced to him, the water was poisonous. Okay, would you say this guy is rational or irrational?
Yeah, that's literally what I just said. People can err in their rationality, right? They could make a decision that then falls back on them. But that doesn't mean that the decision that they made wasn't made in the sense that they made it themselves. No other person made them drink that potion. They chose to make that potion, even though they erred in their logic.
I think you're confusing two things. Like, okay, so I'm not even calling that like a purposeful action. I think that's not even like an action at all. I mean, you can call it maybe a disposition. No, it's just a disposition someone made. But it's not an action, right? To be an action has to be in accordance with reason, and I suspect under like an idealized situation where the person had known all the relevant facts, or if they were to be informed,
it's impossible to
they
know
would have
all the
not
relevant
that
facts
desire.
in any situation.
That's why it's called idealization.
Yeah,
but
so that again, that's like an unrealistic expectation for people. Fundamentally, when I say rational action, again, you're getting hung up on the word rational, but you're not understanding what I'm saying, which is the spirit of the conversation, which is that people choose right? They have envisioned some sort of future in which they would be better off doing something with some sort of scarce resource. They have everyone has what we call this unmet need, right? And if we didn't, and we envision some sort of future in which we would alleviate this unmet need or make it less bad, and then we choose to use our actions in order to, do something with that thing in order to alleviate that need. So for instance, if I see a cigarette and I want to smoke a cigarette, I envision a future where I'll feel better by smoking that cigarette, so I choose to smoke that cigarette, and in the future, I feel better, and maybe I might feel worse afterwards, but that doesn't change the fact that I envision a future where I would have been better off doing so, thus meaning I use my reason in order to make that decision. So yeah, action is that's what I mean by rational action. That means what you used your you envisioned some sort of future in which you would have been better, and then you acted it out. Now you could make a mistake, like I said before, but it doesn't change the fact that it was a rational action.
Yeah, like I don't. Okay, so the thing that we're pushing back on is like your weird idea what it means to be rational. Like, okay, so here's like maybe standard cases where people might say that like one didn't have a reason at all to do something. So like I suspect that like if a reason there is something that they can't practically do, would that be still reason enough for them to do something about it? But the point here, like if just someone has that.
Are you having a stroke?
No, Rick. You said that you had to be consistent, or at least you take that to be like what it means to be rational. But if something can't be practically done, and yet they're consistent on their standards or maybe their reasons or maybe their desires, you would call that rational. I think most people would say, well, you can't be rational in that sense. You can't do anything at all. But in your sense, it seems that if you're consistent about some end or some belief or some disposition, then you're rational. And I think that that's an issue.
Could you say back to me what I meant when I said rational action?
Maybe you can correct me. Oh, what did you mean when you said? Or you
all right, so you weren't listening. Got you.
But you can't even reiterate like.
No, he wasn't listening. He's just trying to do a stupid little, ha ha ha. Anyways, New Tonia, go ahead.
Yes, hello.
Sorry, didn't mean to derail that conversation.
I'm not sure what our friend was saying, but all I'm saying is, dude, if this is your definition of rationality, then...
Well, that's, sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you, but just to clarify, just real quick, this isn't my definition. That's just how Mises went about it from the Austrian School of Economics. So, I'm not just making this up. This is I'm from the Austrian School of Economics, and that's kind of how we define these things.
I see. Okay, that's fine. Like, yeah. I mean, I'm just saying, like, you would have to call people who are insane rational, and I guess they are.
Yeah, like I don't think you're understanding what I mean by rational. Like it okay.
Hold on. Can't we just replace rational with purposeful? I feel like that.
How about we do that? Let's just replace the word rational with purposeful. How about that? And just think about it like that.
Yeah, because I was going to ask you a second question. Because given your definition of rational, like what is a thing that is irrational? Like someone that does not follow the internal logic in their minds.
I'm not using the word rational in the normal sense of the word. I feel like I've said this many times. I'm using this from the Austrian economics sense of the word. Now, if you want, we could just take out the word rational and we could just say purposeful behavior. They are doing purposeful behavior. People in insane asylums that think that they are somebody that they're not, they are purposefully doing that. They're choosing to make those actions.
Here there.
Does that sound better?
Yeah, sure. Okay. But yeah. Well, going back towards the discussion, right? We were trying to elucidate the possibility that one can get an objective price, right? The objective price of a good.
Well, I don't think you can, because people's preferences change.
Nah, dude, I've already answered this challenge.
Well,
you not remember?
People's preferences don't change?
No. I'm saying that's not a good argument. That's a straw man. Like why is it?
Well, I don't know if that works because the weather, the temperature changes, but it's still objectively it's still an objective fact of the matter what the temperature is. So I feel like the reason that you can't have objective value in the economic sense is just because like there's only value relative to a valuer. So I don't think it really makes sense to talk about value in this like non-subjective sense. Like detached, it would have to be detached from any valuer, but that just doesn't make any sense because value is intrinsically tied to like individuals to value in the first place.
Yeah, like, but I mean, you're also part of reality, are you not? As a human being, you're also.
Yeah.
No, I'm in the phantom zone.
Yeah.
No, you're in non-reality.
No, I'm just kidding. Go ahead. Sorry.
And just like how objectively we could say that an egg boils at 100 degrees Celsius at sea level, right? Like a human being should value certain things at this condition, correct?
There is no should value. No people. There is no should value things at this certain value. Like values are completely subjective. Whether or not a person should, or whether or not a person does or does not value something, is determined by that individual. There is no should or shouldn't. Well, that should and shouldn't is completely determined by an individual's personal values, which can differ from
like,
person to person.
Yeah, but like, can you have like values that comport with reality or values that do not comport with reality? Like, is that ever possible?
Give me an example.
Like for example, dude, like I could say, oh, it's healthy for me to put my penis in a pencil shredder. Like, is that
I mean, it may be a stupid decision, right?
Why is it stupid?
Well, from my perspective, it may be a stupid decision, right? Because you're ripping your penis off, right? But from that, if the person wants to get his penis ripped off, it may be completely rational from his perspective to do so. Or not rational, but a purposeful behavior to do so.
Yeah. Well, like what I would say, if someone else said that, right? If it's not me, if someone else said that, I would say, put that guy in an insane asylum, right? He needs help. He's trying, he finds...
Yeah, but that's your opinion.
Like, dude, I mean, you can say it's my opinion. I think. Well, a trans person is wrong.
Wait, could you say that again for so the liberal audience can hear you? No, I'm just kidding with you, bro.
How many people?
No, okay. So, what do you think about trans rights?
Trans rights? I think we should care about them. We should love them, but we should not.
But you're saying they're irrational if they want to cut their penis off.
They are irrational. They are in a state of mental delusion.
But what if they want to do it?
I mean, there are people who are in a state of mental delusions who want to do a lot of really self-damaging things. Why should we allow them to do it?
Because it's their body, it's their choice, right?
That's not a good.
You don't believe in my body, my choice, man? Come on, man.
No, I don't feel
no, come on.
It's like a slave. This is like a slavery ethic, and like you own other people.
Dude,
right? Like you have the right to do these, like prevent people from doing things with their bodies. Like, is that the level we're at?
Yeah, like I am my brother's keeper.
Moxie, I am not unmuting you. I'm sorry, but I don't have time. I don't have patience for midwits.
I like the call. Like,
hold on, what is it? If you're saying you have some right to like prevent people from doing certain things with their bodies, I mean that sounds like slavery. That sounds like what we think of when we think of slavery. It's supposed. Well, I don't think you can have a right to like own someone, but like the idea is that the idea typically with slavery is that like this person is said to have some kind. The slaver is said to have some kind of right over the slave. Like they get to do what they want with the slave.
Yeah, we are anti-slavery.
I mean,
if I want to fuck a prostitute, that's my right.
It is slavery.
If I want to fuck a prostitute, if I want to cut my dick off, if I want to shove a dildo up my ass, if I want to shove a shampoo bottle up my ass, I should have the right to do that.
I'm pretty sure the guys who fought for the emancipation of the blacks, they would kill you if you tried to do these things.
Well, they're wrong. And I'm right.
Like,
why should I care about? Why should I care if they think that? I think in the emancipation of shoving up things up my ass. How about that?
Dude, these guys who fought for the freedom of the blacks, they would say that's sodomy, and they would put you to jail. They would put you in the prison.
Me to the sword, huh?
Yeah. Look, dude, like freedom does not mean license. Right? A lot of people think it means license. It means I can do whatever I want. That's not what freedom means. Because
Well, that's not what we think.
because we could. Well, then I'm just saying this, for the audience, whoever it is amongst our little group of friends.
I'm live streaming.
Who like things. Okay, like and with King's audience, like a lot of people think like freedom means license. The license to do whatever I want. But if we have this conception of freedom, then we must say, and we must conclude that a person who is addicted towards all kinds of things, like let's say addicted to meth, we will have
Legalize
to
all
admit
drugs.
that this person. Yeah, we would say that this person is free.
Yes,
He is free to be a slave towards an item.
you should be.
He's
Can't be
free.
a slave to
But wait,
an
you
item.
could say that about anything. You could say
I
that about
mean-
video games. You could say that about smoking
Yeah.
weed. You could say
Are we
that about
slaves to water?
yeah, like we need to
Well-
drink water to live, right?
Well, if you have some sort of addiction to water,
Slave to substance.
If there is some inordinate and unreasonable need for water that you've inculcated in your person, then yeah, you can be said.
Well, who
that it's
determines
addiction
that?
to water. Well, we are rational human beings. We can ascertain what is reasonable and
Yeah,
healthy
but I don't think
human
there's like an
behavior.
objective standard for that. I think that's pretty subjective.
You don't think so? You don't think there's an objective
for what?
standard for what constitutes a healthy human being?
No. There's
Like
healthy at
someone
different
who-
sizes. I mean, I'm healthy, right? But I'm not like jacked.
Well,
Like how healthy do you,
obviously.
like what does it mean
Like-
to, like I'm alive, I'm still living, right? I'm not gonna die anytime soon. But am I gonna live to 200 years old? No. How do
Yeah,
you determine
but
what's
the-
healthy?
But then, imagine you, right? Imagine you right now,
Mhm.
and then imagine you that's saddled with all kinds of addictions, like the addiction towards pornography, addiction towards like heroin, addiction
I
towards.
mean, people are
crack
allowed to
cocaine.
have addictions.
Yeah, people should be allowed
Like,
to
it's
have
not-
addictions.
It's not our right to like control people in this way where we're like preventing them from using drugs or whatever else.
Why not? I think that's part of the remit of
Yeah, because
the.
you don't own other people. Do you think you own other people? You are acting as though you have some. You have to act as though you have some right to do this, or that people in general have some right to treat others like this. Like, I don't know how you're
Yeah.
getting that right exactly to other people.
Yeah, that's the natural function of the state, right? It's to protect the common good.
The
Like
how-
taxation
from where
is
State
theft.
derives this right. From where does the state derive this right?
It's from the conclusions of the families, like the families which constitute the state, recognize that if they're going to coordinate and cooperate with one another, there must be a thing called the common good, and there must be the functionary or a formalization of the management of this common good, which is called the state.
What is the common good?
Yeah, how do they
The
figure that
common
out?
good, it's the good between families, right? So, like the end of a family, which is its health and its propagation, cannot be fulfilled within its own members, because if you seek to fulfill the propagation of a family within its own members, you would most often find that your children would die because they would just be
Talk about incest.
genetic freaks. Yes, I'm talking about incest, right? And
What's
so
wrong with incest?
Why do you phrase it like that? Just
dude.
call it incest, like the
What if they wanna have
propagation
sex?
internally of a family.
You're asking me what's wrong with incest? Come on.
What if they want to do it?
I
You
mean, inherently, there doesn't seem to be anything wrong with incest as long as it's consensual, right? And so in some cases, though, of course, it can't be consensual because there's children involved. But if it's consensual,
I mean,
Then we
assuming that
wouldn't-
they're
we're not opposed
adults.
to that.
Assuming they're adults, of course, right?
Yeah, assuming they're adults. Yeah. Assuming
Assuming
they're
yeah.
adults. Why do we have laws against incest? Assuming they're adults.
Because people think it's disgusting and they like to impose their ideology onto other people by force.
Why do people think it's disgusting?
Because it's generally bad for you. Really bad for you and your
Generally bad
descendants.
for you. Yeah, I agree. Exactly. It's bad for your descendants, right? And so,
Yeah, but just
The
because
health-
something is bad for you don't mean you shouldn't be allowed to do it.
but I'm just laying out the reason why the state exists, okay, or the common good exists.
Taxation is theft.
In which, Okay, you may say that.
Well, I mean,
Like-
I still want to know, like, you're saying, okay, so when I asked you, like, from where does the state derive the right to do all these, sorts of thing that perhaps the average person isn't allowed to do? You're saying something like there's some kind of common good, and the state has to act in certain, people have to coordinate in certain ways in the status system in order to like achieve or move closer to the common good, right?
Well, it's not to achieve the common good. No. It's to achieve the particular goods of the family. So the end of the family, like the health and well-being of its members, and also the propagation of its members. That's the end of the family, right? That's the desires of the family. For it to be pursued, there has to be this common good.
What if
What
I
is
don't
the
want to
common
join
good
the
then?
common good?
Then you will not have a family, right? Or whatever family that you will have, it will be genetic freaks.
Yeah, but why should the state force me?
Well, the state will not force you. You're just gonna.
Well,
It's
they'll
gonna be that weirdo.
they'll force me to pay taxes.
No, dude, you're just gonna be that weirdo with your sister in the woods that's having.
So there's no taxes in
So you don't believe in
your
taxes?
ideal world.
No, I believe in taxes. I'm saying like, hey, like.
So then
the
he will
state-
be forced to pay if he actually,
Yeah.
wants
No,
to do
dude.
various things, and they're gonna go, oh, you can't, if you want to buy a house, you have to pay us taxes. If you want to buy items, you have to pay us
if
taxes.
you
So they're
don't
still
want
gonna
to
force you if you want to do these things,
No,
right?
no, I'm not gonna force it. But if
So
you
what
want
is
to
taxation if
participate-
not forced?
But no, dude, you're not listening. Like, if you want to participate in the common good, then part of
Oh,
that
then we're gonna force
deal-
you to pay.
Wait,
course,
Newton, I
part
got
of
a
that
real
deal is
quick
payment.
question for
It's
you.
not-
What's your opinion on business owners? Do you think they're violating workers' rights?
Not generally. Like some business owners would. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. It's not inherent in to be a business owner is to be an abuser of workers. That's not.
Okay. I was just
I'm not a
wondering.
communist. Dude.
I was
so,
just
like-
wondering. I was just wondering. That's all. Go ahead.
Dude,
That was-
okay. Look, like the natural ends of the family, like this is why medieval sociologists and classicists, they always consider the family as the natural imperfect society, but natural because it stems from our nature to wish to
Gotta
couple
keep the
with the other
bloodline
sex.
pure.
Right.
No, I'm just kidding.
and to propagate the members of our race. Like that's just natural to any living animal.
Uh oh.
Yeah, I mean it's healthy behavior to any living animal, right? But
No, you said the race thing. So.
oh, I
It's
see.
meant human race.
Oh,
Human
human
race,
race.
human
Okay,
race.
okay.
Yeah, human
Yeah, he's
species.
covering
I
for
thought you-
himself.
I thought you were gonna turn Nick
He's lying.
Fuentes on us.
Okay, dude, okay, I'm not gonna. Oh, I agree with him in certain parts, but
Oh my god. Oh my god.
okay, dude.
Here we go.
Going back to what I'm saying, like when it comes towards the propagation, so that's a natural society, right? It's natural because any living animal wishes to.
Wait, are you saying because it's natural, it's like good?
I mean,
Isn't that like
yeah,
subjective?
basically.
Wait, don't you know what? Wait, are you? I just want to clarify. Are you saying that?
Yeah, basically, yeah. I
Do you know
that
like
you're
the
going to invoke
naturalistic fallacy?
Yes, you're going to invoke the naturalistic fallacy. I know.
Yeah, like
that's-
why is it
that's
good
fine.
because it's not? Why is the family? Why is it good because it's like natural? Like, because that's what you're getting at.
Yeah.
Why is it good because it's natural? Is the question.
I mean, that's because that's part of the natural law. Like, we just observe that a human creature is healthier, is happier whenever it's
Don't
fulfilling.
people who aggress
these
disrupt the
things.
natural law?
I'm sorry.
Don't people who aggress disrupt the natural law?
Aggress? What do you mean aggress?
Initiate force or conflict against
Like,
innocent
you know that-
people.
You know,
Oh,
like
Yeah,
NAP.
aggression
Yes.
is part of the natural law.
Yeah, coercion is part of the
Of
natural
course,
law.
yeah, that's
Wait.
what I meant.
There are instances.
Wait, so
in which-
aggression is good?
I mean, why do you think human beings?
Do you know what
feel
aggression
anger?
means? In like
Aggression.
libertarianism?
Like stabbing somebody, taking their stuff. You know what I mean?
Oh, dude. Well, I can find reasons why that would be
Well, it's
justified.
like violating property rights. Like if you aggress, you're like violating someone's property rights. Like you're doing something you're not licensed to do with their property. Like that can include, in our view, that can include stabbing them because you own yourself.
Yeah, I was just giving an example. You know.
I see. Well, like normally it won't be. It's not justified. Like
normally,
but there are extraordinary instances where it would be justified. For example, like in self-defense or in matters of.
No, those aren't aggression in our view, because you're not violating anyone's rights. You have a right to self-defense, for example.
Okay, because look, you described to me aggression as you stabbing someone and taking their property. Okay, so
or the initiation of force. The initiation of force.
Yeah, there are certain instances where that's justified and part of the natural law, of course.
So it's okay to initiate force against people when they.
Yeah, that's why human beings have this faculty called anger or wrath, right? It's because we are supposed to show like our aggressiveness.
Doesn't mean it's good.
So sometimes it's okay to stab people, like without any reason.
Well, it has to be reasonable, of course.
So, then what are you saying?
Well, what I'm saying is that like violence is part of the natural law, and particularly
retaliatory violence is fine, but not initiatory.
Oh no! Like you can initiate violence if there is pressing need.
Like how? Like in what situation?
Like if there's a great injustice that's being conducted, and the only way to rectify it is through violence.
That's retaliatory.
Like, I think that would be fine in our case. Like that would be some kind of defensive force. But
retaliatory means that someone's done something to you, and then you're retaliating against them for something they've done to you. Initiatory means that I'm just going up to you and stabbing you without any reason or doing something to you.
Okay. Well, if that's your definitions, then that's fine. Like
the issue is going to be the you part, because if someone else is getting aggressed, assaulted, defending them would be okay, surely.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
And you would be initiating violence against them in this situation. It would not be retaliatory in the sense that you mean.
Well, you're retaliating on behalf of the other person.
Okay, yeah, that's good then. That's fine.
So
if that's what you mean
that
by
person initiated
violence,
force against another person, and you're just retaliating on their behalf.
Okay, yeah, if that's what you mean by retaliatory violence, then that's fine. So, but the point remains, right? Like violence, anger, these things, that's part of the natural law. It's healthy. There are healthy expressions of it, like as you described, using man's capacity for violence in retaliation towards injustice. And there are
where did all the chatters go?
Ways in which violence can be applied, which is in the initiation of violence, right, for no reason.
Yeah, we think taxation is aggressive. It violates property rights. That's why we're against the state.
Well, but I've told you the reason why the state exists. It's completely natural, right? Like it's there to fulfill the ends.
I already pointed out
what happens if I don't pay
say...
taxes?
Huh?
What happens if I don't pay taxes?
Then you're not contributing to the common good, and
I don't care about the common good. Then
you should not be part of the common good.
All right, I don't want to be part of the common good, but they're still going to force me to pay anyways.
No, like society should just excel you.
Oh, you already
so let's say I'm on my own land and I don't want I don't want to pay taxes anymore. They're going to force me. They're going to throw me in a cage.
Well, like properly speaking, the land is not personally owned by you. It's owned by the sovereign.
Well, no, it's not.
Or it's owned by the.
Wait, are you like a monarchist? Like what? I don't even know. You said sovereign. Oh God.
Well,
okay. Then we're gonna run into some like homesteading issues with like the sovereign, but I don't know. We should go there.
This word sovereign, it just means it's the governing body. Right?
Okay.
So it could be the monarch, it could be the Congress, it could be whatever it is, whatever governs your society.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah, I don't think they have a right to tell me what to do.
You don't
like how exactly? I guess then how are they getting the right like to this land? In the example, it's like there's supposed to be some kind of right, or the state has some kind of right to the land that you're on, such that they may like dispossess you of it, perhaps, or do other, not what would you call them? Never mind. Yeah, the state can do these kind of things, but the question is like, or the issue is that like, the state would have to own, say, this land, this resource, to have the right to do these kind of things to it. And you're saying that like, you don't actually own, say, the land in this example, but like, if you say legitimately purchased or homesteaded, like appropriated this land, I would say you have the right to it. Like I don't see how the state is getting some kind of right to it.
No, it's more so like this idea of the common good, right? So just like, for example, primarily you have the ownership of your children, right?
Whoa, I would say
Whoa,
no
I
to
wouldn't
that.
say that.
You don't think so? You don't think you own your children?
What do you think ownership
No.
is?
You have the guardianship role of your children.
Yeah, like a you have the ability to, or well, you have the ability
Ownership
to
and
like,
guardianship is not the same thing.
I just want to know what he thinks, what like ownership is being understood as.
Yeah, sure. Like if you want to say guardianship, yeah, sure. Like but if that's the case, then okay. How about this? Like a let's say you primarily have the ownership of
But
your.
Wait, what do you think ownership is? I don't know if we got an answer to that.
Well, like to me, ownership is just the ability to possess a thing, and it gives you rights to alienate this like a thing, to manage.
So it's like
this
the right
thing.
to exclude. Would you say it's the right to exclude? Like if you have a right to something, say you have a right to like a car, and like do you have the right to like exclude others from using the car, like contrary to what you want to do with
exclude, it? Alienate doesn't mean exclude, but that's fine. Like
alienate, sounds the same to me.
Yeah, alienate means it's to transfer, like maintenance of or transfer, like a custodianship of, ownership of. So like for example, like you as a parent, you can for a time it's well within your rights to actually give your child towards your uncle, or towards your cousin, or towards your brothers or sisters.
Wait, what do you mean?
Yeah, like for example, if there's something unjust or something illegal about you giving your child towards your uncle or towards your cousin.
What do you mean
for
giving
example,
it towards?
Like
giving it to them?
Yeah, like giving your child towards for example, dude, you found yourself in desperate poverty and you have a beloved like a daughter, and you know that you will have to work it off, work out the poverty, but then the conditions that you're in, it will be detrimental towards the well-being of your child, and so you give your child, or you pass on the custodianship of your child towards your cousin, whom you trust, and
I mean,
that's fine.
We would still say that there's no ownership of the child. Like Sithis already made the distinction between ownership and guardianship.
Yeah, guardianship just means that you have the right to protect the child or watch over it until they become an adult, and then at that point they become they're always self-owners, but at that point they become an adult and they can choose to make their own choices. Ownership is the right to exclude another person from a scarce resource. So if you have a car, you have the right to exclude another and do whatever you want with it, so long as you aren't initiating force. A guardianship role is you're not allowed to violate the right of that thing. You're only allowed to watch over it until it's an adult.
I mean, same thing with a child. You're allowed to. It's well within your rights to actually, forbid access towards your children in regards to other parties.
Yes, but yeah, that's perfectly fine.
I mean, but that doesn't mean you own them.
But you're not the owner. Ownership would imply that you have the right to do whatever you want with it, but you don't have the right to do whatever you want with children.
That's not the case.
Ownership is the right to exclude other people from a scarce resource. What is implied by that would mean you have the right to do whatever you want with it, so long as you aren't initiating force.
No, dude. You have the right to exclude. That's true, but you don't have the right to do anything you want with the thing that you own.
This has already qualified that with
again. That's how we define ownership.
Yeah, as long as
the right to exclude.
For example,
said that as long as you're not initiating force, as long as you're not aggressing, then
Yeah.
you have the right to exclude. Then you have the right to use that thing, like exclude others from it as you please.
No,
So
no.
that,
For
like,
example,
that means
like,
that, like, in the case of, like, if you own a gun, like, you can't, like, start, like, shooting people
You can't just
randomly.
shoot another person. You're allowed to shoot the gun,
At the-
but you
you
can't
still
just
have
shoot
the
another
right-
person.
You
No,
still have
no,
the
no,
right
for example,
to that
shot.
gun, though.
in the matters of fraud, right? Hell, like or in the matters of false advertising or these things, like you own all of these paraphernalia, but then you are using it in an unjust fashion that is detrimental to the common good, and the common good has the right to reply.
Yeah, I don't care about the common good.
That's just a violation
It's
of
not an
property rights,
initiation
in
of
our view.
force. The
No,
only time
like,
it's an initiation of force is if you're committing fraud. If you're committing fraud, again, but you would have to be committing fraud. The only person who would have the right to retaliate from against you from that fraud is the person whom you're doing fraud against, not the state. The state is a criminal organization.
state is a criminal organization.
Yes, they do, because
Dude,
they force you
I'm
to pay
telling you-
taxes against your will.
Base.
They're a mob. They're a mafia. They come to your door. They say, "Hey, we're gonna protect you, and if you don't pay us, we're gonna break your legs or throw you into a cage."
I'm not sure, like that's right.
Whoa, what the hell?
Like- Yeah, it's
King-
Discord.
Will tell you sound like Michael Malice.
No, I've never heard, but I know who you're talking about.
When I hear you talk, I like can almost hear his voice.
I mean, I do like him. He does make a lot of good points.
Yeah. Yeah, me too.
But I keep telling you, like
Oh, hey, Pog
the
Frog.
state.
Hey, Sithis.
Hell yeah. We got the heavyweight in here.
But I keep telling you that the state, it's just the natural conclusion in light of the imperfection of the natural society of the family. The family has ends that it wishes to pursue, but it cannot possess those ends using its own powers. And so it must seek a greater society which will allow it to pursue the natural ends of the family. And this greater society is what we call the state. Now, if you don't want to participate in that state, that would just mean that you would be unable to pursue the ends of a family.
Yeah, but
So if you want to be
even if I
disatomized-
want to opt out, they still make me pay, and they force me to pay for things I don't even want, like war.
No, they will just exile you. They'll just say like, hey, like you don't own this property. Like, hey,
Yeah,
if
but
you
what if
want,
I
you
bought
can.
it?
You can. Hey, hell, if you want, you can liquidate. You can make.
So you're gonna
you can make
force me to sell
fungible-
my own land,
Yeah,
the land I
and then
bought.
that's fine. Yeah, I mean, like you have the value.
That's not Don't you think that's a bit coercive?
I mean, like I said before, like there are times in which coercion is justified.
So, it's taking my house from me, even though I bought it, you're saying that's good. That's good coercion.
Well, if you have shown intention to literally not, you don't wish to participate in the common good.
Yeah, I
Then
don't
the
want to
common good has a
participate
right
in the
to it.
common good. I say fuck the common good. It's not my good. I don't like
Yeah.
it.
Based.
I don't
Yes.
want to pay for
And-
Israel. I don't want to pay for fucking these bombs and wars.
Yeah,
And
dude,
I want to stay on my own
yeah.
land and live my own thing. Leave me be.
Yeah, dude,
Don't
me
tread
too.
on me.
I don't want to pay for. Me too. I don't want to pay for Israel as well. Like I 100%
Yeah, but the
agree.
state
But
will make you.
Yeah, but-
They will make you. They will throw you
I
in a
mean-
cage if you do not.
I mean, like, luckily in America, right, you guys live in this system called a democracy, in which you
Fuck democracy.
Fuck democracy. Democracy is the god that failed. Me and my homies, we hate democracy.
Okay, dude.
Um,
Who was the one complaining about me being a monarchist? Because this guy is literally.
Yeah, you don't have. Hold on, we can hate both monarchy and democracy, by the way.
I mean, monarchy is a little
Well-
bit better than democracy, but it's still, they both suck.
Yeah, because Sithis just literally quoted from Hans Hoppe, right? Who is a
I love
monarchist.
Hoppa. What's wrong with Hoppa?
Not
He's
a monarch.
No,
Oh
he,
my
no,
God.
he is not.
Oh,
no,
you're
he is
being-
not.
Okay, he's a
He's an
monarchist,
ant
dude.
cat.
We're not gonna get into this.
Please.
Dude, he said that if you're pursuing the anarcho-capitalist position, you will find yourself.
Tell me you haven't read
completely
Democracy,
forced.
the God That Failed, without telling me you haven't read it.
I've watched interviews of him saying these things.
No, he says that what he
Saying
says
what?
is that democracy is worse than monarchy, right? He says that, but he doesn't say that he supports monarchy or that he wants it. He's against states altogether. He's an ANCAP like us.
No, well, I'll have to look for those interviews again.
Okay, well,
but, like,
No,
if
just
I
read his
find
book,
it,
Democracy,
I'll
the
show
God
you.
That Failed. Just read his book. I mean, in that book, he does go over why he thinks monarchy is way better than democracy, but, you know, he does say
Way
that he
better, way
prefers anarchism, anarcho-capitalism. It's way better.
Oh, we'll see, dude. We'll see. I'll have to look
Yeah,
for
well,
read
you
the
will
book.
find yourself to be wrong. But
No, right?
How
Am I
does-
right, Prog Frog? Am I not right, Prog Frog, man? I
Yeah,
know-
just give me 2 seconds.
I know you've read the book.
he's about to get
Yeah.
like a quote. Okay, I just want to know, like, so earlier, Newtonia, you seem to be saying something along the lines of like, if you don't want to participate in the common good and you have some land, right, you have a house or whatever, then that like basically strips you of your right to that land. Or I'm not sure if you're saying you never had the right to it in the first place, like it's always the sovereign. Like, which one of those are you saying? Are you saying you lose your right to your house if you say you don't want to participate in the common good, or are you saying that you never had the right to it, like only the sovereign or the state did?
You do have the right towards it. Just like how even though you
Okay,
have
how
a
do you
king-
lose that right then? Is it because like you're not? You said it's because you're not wanting to participate in the common good. Is that the reason?
Yeah, like
Okay, like how's
the
that?
society at large can make a reply towards your
Okay, how are they how is that justified?
It would justify itself as an attack against the common good, like
How do you
It's
determine the
justified
common
because it's
good?
an attack.
just like how a billionaire can lobby the U.S. government and force you guys to go to war for the aid of Israel. Right? That's an
Well,
assault.
I don't
against
think
the
that's
common
Abolish.
happening, but that would be
good. That's an
bad. But
that's an
like,
assault.
Another
that's an
reason why
assault
we should
against the common
abolish the
good.
state, right?
Well, like that's an assault
course.
against the common good. That's the assault of the common good of Americans, which actually means that whenever America doesn't seek redress, right, doesn't seek
how
to
does it?
make itself independent from the Israeli lobby, there's an injustice happening.
Okay. Like, how does the fact that like you don't want to participate in the common good, how does that fact imply that like you lose the right to at least some of your property?
Yeah, because it's an assault against the common good, like because
That's not
what you're
actually.
using.
You're just telling me it's because it's an assault on the common good like 50 trillion times. I'm asking you, how is it the case that if you are doing that, you lose the right to your property?
Because your property is situated, right, and it's making use of the common good, i.e. the roads. It's also situated up. It's making use of the marketplace, which is defended by the sovereign, and its actions is being facilitated by the sovereign, like all of the transactions there. Like it's also being like you're also dependent upon the sovereign as it regards to domestic peace. And also,
I mean, you don't have a choice in any of these matters, though, right?
Well, you don't have a choice by
Like,
nature.
it's not up to you whether the sovereign's providing you with any of this.
Yeah, like I said, you don't have a choice by nature. Like,
So it's like you're being
cannot just
forced to have all of this, and then
By
they're like,
nature.
okay, if you don't participate in our
natural
common good, then we're gonna like steal your things. We're just gonna take them.
Literally, by the natural world.
sounds like
it's
a
not even
mafia.
just by the state. It's not just even by the state, just by the
Sounds like-
natural world.
That does
Sounds
sound
like a
mafia.
mafia. Honestly.
Just it's literally by the natural world you'll be forced to create the state.
So
Because
basically,
again,
like,
I
it's
keep telling-
inevitable.
The
Like, the
natural
mafia
world's-
is inevitable.
No, because I keep telling you, it's for the good of the family. It's for the end.
Wait, has there-
It's,
Do you think
it's for
there's
the
ever
good of
been,
the
like,
family. It's for the good of
Do you
the
think
mafia
there's been, like-
family.
Do you think there's ever been like a stateless period in human history? Because like, I know
I guess
cases where they're really. I know cases of territories where they're like haven't been historically, or there still aren't really states. It's not like inevitable that if you have any like humans, they're just gonna form a state. So like, unless you're like making a weaker claim than that, then that's just like not true what you're saying.
No. I'm not talking about like these like modern nation states wherein you're only a state when the UN declares you a state. No, I'm talking about the state, which is the formalized, or it's a collection of institutions that governs the common good, and it could be as small as a town. It could be
God,
as
bro,
large
I,
as a
I
city.
really don't like from here now. Could you just not say the common good anymore and just tell me what you actually mean? Like, please, like you keep saying that as if like we're supposed to understand what that means. I don't know what the fuck the common good is.
Get out of my bed. I'm going to read you something from a book.
Huh?
Is it about the common good?
It's about the common good. It's going to define to you what the common good is.
How about you define to me what the common good? You're the one that's using the word over and over again.
Maybe this is his definition.
Yeah, I'm going to do that. Where's it?
Hey, what's the book?
It's called The Framework of a Christian State. by
Oh
Father Edward
God.
Campbell.
Oh God.
It's a sociological text.
The common
Oh,
good is what
God.
God wants.
Yeah, of course. Rats captured.
I wonder if like the common good is gonna be like put in the context of like Christianity in this text.
Of course.
And
Yeah, of
then
course.
that's gonna be like, well, then that's
I mean,
gonna be
like,
like probably kind of controversial here.
It would involve the spirit of Christianity because we seek to do the good. You know, or
I mean,
we
yeah,
seek
but
to
like
do
we
the
can just
good.
like reject. Like none of us are like Christians, so this isn't really gonna be very
Altruists.
appealing to us, probably. But okay.
So if you're talking
You
so
make me
much
wanna
about the common
vomit.
good, Newtonia, maybe it would be better if you actually knew the definition and did not have to rely on looking it up in a book. Don't you think?
Where do you think we get our definitions?
A definition is just a description of the thing that you are talking about. So you don't have to
Okay,
take it from a book. You can
So
just
great, like
come up with it.
have to. It'd be funny if I like had to look up in a book like every time I had to like find a definition.
Yeah.
You don't like the dictionaries
Look
don't
up.
like dictate the definitions of things. They just capture the common usage, right? People make up definitions, books don't. Really.
Oh,
I mean, look,
I mean,
if you
some-
want,
some-
like,
Authors
maybe
make up
Newtonia is a
words.
prescriptivist
yeah.
about language.
if you want, like,
That would be
we
like
could
nonsense.
we could go back
Okay.
towards like you know this.
Like, what is the common good then? Can you find the definition?
I think it's called the term involved is called logomachy, right? Like we will have a dispute upon
That helps.
we will have a dispute upon
Logomachy?
yeah.
I don't know what that means.
You guys
How do you,
don't
or
even
how do you
know
spell that? How do you spell that?
like logomachy, logomachy.
Logomachy?
Why are you acting like this is some common word, bro?
I've
Like,
never
bro,
heard that
you're
word in my
acting like
life.
I'm unreasonable for not knowing what a fucking
It's
logomachy
like, what do you
is.
you don't know what
Alright,
logomachy means? What are you, an idiot?
How does it even relate to what? I don't even know. How are you even using this term?
Yeah, just like right now we are disputing on the meanings of these words.
We're in
and
a
the use
are we in a
of these words.
logomachy?
Like yeah, basically like because
Alright,
right
so
now.
now we need the definition for the common good. Go.
Okay, give me a moment. I'm looking for it. It's in the
Bro, just like
chapter, I
Control
believe,
F for it.
on this thing. No, it doesn't work that way. Because it's a PDF of, and it's
And definition is going to be spread over 50 pages and going to be
Yeah.
super
Bro,
ambiguous.
if only you
Then
read this
key
one
certain-
book.
that's a lot. Dude.
If only you read this one book, bro, you would get it.
And the search would be like, the common good is or some shit, and then it'll tell you what the common good is. If it actually contains the definition.
Here, even within its own province, the proper function of the state is supplementary, not primary. For the individual being a person is primarily responsible for his own well-being. In other words, the state's legitimate sphere of activity is confined to procuring what is technically called the public good. The public good, or the common good, is defined to mean all those helps and faculties which are reasonably necessary for the temporal happiness of the individual, but which are unattainable without the assistance of the state. It may be said to include two elements, namely peace and public prosperity. Peace means security from violent interference with one's own rights. This security can usually be assured only by the aid of the strong arm of public authority. For this aid, each and every member of the community has an has an indefeasible claim upon the state. To secure peace to all is in fact the state's most important duty. This duty includes the essential functions of defending the Commonwealth and all interests and groups within it against unjust aggression from within or from without, and usually requires the maintaining of an army adequate for national defense, as well as a police force to secure internal order and tranquility. Prosperity, in general, means a sufficient supply of the means that the individual requires for his natural welfare.
Can you just copy-paste it in the chat?
Okay, so
Wait, hold on. I want to get that clear though. You just freeze the term common good within the state. Like you interchangeably mix up the concepts to mean each other.
I didn't do that.
That's exactly what it did, right? You said
Wait,
that
what are
the
you
public
saying?
good is something that the state has to do, right?
Thank you.
Something that the individual can't do. So you change, like, the definition of public good entails that necessarily relies on the state. I'm just curious what the justification would be for, like, that the state can only do these specific certain things.
Like, dude, for example, it's the natural ends of the family, like I keep saying, requires the existence of other families, of which requires the coordination of a common good, right? So like, if I don't want my children to be genetic insect freaks, right, I want to be in a community of other families, and from that community of common families, we're going to need certain laws to organize our behavior. That's where we get this thing.
Yeah, how does that? That's just like a complete non sequitur. How do we get from the state from there?
No, that's the state.
No, I don't see at all that implies the state is just a monopoly of violence for the purpose of the conversation, right? I don't see how that entails monopoly of violence to have like any systematized organization.
Dude, once you have instituted like acts which will seek to govern or coordinate human action in your community, in your society, what will be the enforcing arm of that?
Yeah, why does it have to be the state? That's what I'm curious about here, because like if I have a bunch of people that go on my property and I like enforce rules there, I don't see them a state all of a sudden. I don't see how you can make that on a very large scale and have like a private city model or just like a covenant community.
That would just be like whatever kind of enforcement arm you would apply. That would just be the state. Like.
So again, are you freezing this like the concept of enforcement to the concept of state?
Like, well, in the context of there's a community and there is an act or a law which coordinates human behavior amongst the members of this community, and the enforcement arm involved in that would be the state.
Yeah, why should I accept that definition?
You don't have to accept the definition. This is just the classical definition of what the state is.
I mean, just
certainly
like,
not.
we just have to agree on the definition.
Let's say I own like a very large plot of land, right? And we set up like a little community, right? And I like enforce rules there, and we all agree to it, right? Am I a state?
You own,
I'm a private owner of all the land, right? It's just a decently large piece of land, right? We're like 100 people. I own all of it. Am I a state?
Well, it's if your society is capable of functioning within itself, like if all of the ends of the natural societies in your community can be pursued by that large of a domain, then that would be a state.
Okay, cool. So then we've just like reached the conclusion that like we wouldn't be against the kind of state you're necessarily talking about. However, then the burden of proof would be that on you to show that it is justified for a certain kind of state, the kind of state we would be against, right? Because you showed under your own definitions that we wouldn't actually necessarily be against like the kind of state that, like just via definitions, right? This could be done voluntarily through a private owner.
No one is talking about like whether or not a state has to be violently heaped upon you, or that it could not be like conceived in a voluntary association of families. No one is arguing that point. What I'm talking about is what is the definition of a state? What constitutes a state? Right?
Yeah, I mean, like we can just immediately like concede to that definition and then like have an actual entertaining conversation and see how no state in the history of human history has ever functioned this way, and no current state functions this way. So then we can look at like what makes the state justified or not. Because all we've done is like hypothetically a state can be justified under the current definitions, right? But that doesn't tell us much.
What do you mean? Like that's just a classical definition of what the state is. Like, and we have.
You don't track very well. Do you hear what I just said? Yeah, like I just said, we can like totally concede to your definition of the state and say hypothetically we can have a just state under this current definition, right? But like,
I mean, I would love to speak without being interrupted. Dude. Like, is that possible?
Yeah, but you clearly weren't tracking very well, so it's necessary.
Well, I was going to say something before you interrupted me. I was going to say, and we've seen many instances in history wherein we see societies that is described as states, like a city-state that is fully able to actually pursue the natural ends of the family.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, again, when I said like the definition that you operated under this definition of a state, right? So that is conceivably, that can hypothetically be justified within our framework, right? I'm not denying that. However, no state has ever functioned this way. That's what I'm actually trying to get at. I'm trying to look at like what the justification would be for like the state as such, not just that it can be justified.
State as. Sorry, could you ask the question again?
Yeah. So like, I'm guessing that your view is that it's justified if it meets this goal, right?
Yeah, if it meets the definition of the state, that would be a state justified.
No, yeah, I said like the state would be justified if it meets this goal, right? Protecting the family or the common good or whatever, right?
Well, it would definitionally be a state, yeah.
Are states like necessarily justified according to your definition, or would it not be a state if it does not meet this goal?
I don't know how you're using the word justify. What do you mean by justify?
Is it morally good?
Is it morally good? Yeah, it's morally good for there to be a state. Because if there's no
are all states morally good?
No, not all states are morally good.
So if it fits this function of protecting the family and the common good, is that a moral state?
Dude, like the state existing, or like the state or the concept of the state and the state existing, it's a moral good. But not all states are morally good, because there are immoral states. But the reason why they are immoral has nothing to do with the fact that they're a state.
Cool. You don't track very well, do you? That's not what I asked you, right?
Oh.
So if it is the case that the state, we agree that the state is not necessarily moral, right? We agree on that, and you said that, right? So then I'm curious, and I said, if it is the case that the state does this thing, right? It pertains to the public good and the families and such, would it then fit the criteria for being a moral state?
See you later.
Are you there?
Yeah, I'm writing it down so that I'm not like confusing. Would it then fit the criteria that it is a moral state? So like I wrote down what you said. Can you check like what I wrote down if it's correct? If it is the case that the state is not necessarily moral, then I'm curious. Then if it is the case that the state
that's what I'm asking you.
Family, would it then fit the criteria that it is a moral state?
Yep, that's what I'm asking you.
Like I think this statement is confused, right? Like like it's good to have a state.
Mm-hmm.
But,
you really not interpret what he's saying?
But it doesn't mean but it doesn't mean that just because just because a state exists that we cannot predicate the term immorality to a state, because there could be states that are immoral.
What? Can you like read back what I just said?
Dude,
just like listen to yourself for a second.
Yes. Would it then fit the criteria that it is a moral state?
Yeah, so you just agree there are immoral states. So that means if there are immoral states, and then there are moral states, right? Okay, that doesn't follow, right? But you get what I mean.
Could you then repeat what I said?
Yeah, so you just conceded that there are indeed immoral states,
That's
right?
not what I said. Dude. That's not what I
Yeah,
said.
so you said it is good for there to be a state, right? You said that, and then you also said that there can be immoral states, correct?
Yeah. Okay, and what did I say afterwards?
Remind me.
Dude, that's why you should listen. Because here,
Hey, you don't get to complain about him not remembering when you haven't tracked like anything he's been saying.
dude, I literally wrote it down so that we could discuss it.
Yeah, and you can't even interpret it. It's not hard to understand.
Okay,
Here,
I want to get this right. So,
dude, this is the reason why I'm confused. Okay, because here
there are
in the
moral-
last phrase, would it then fit the criteria that it is a moral state?
Yeah.
That term moral state is being predicated onto the state. Moral is being predicated to the state. So this phrase doesn't say that the state.
You just agreed there are immoral states. I never said the state is by itself immoral.
Okay, dude.
I can see that under your framework there are moral states.
Okay, dude. And my point that I was saying is, hey, like, the state by itself, as it's existing, it's moral. For there to be a lack of a state, it would be immoral. But we can predicate the word moral and immoral to state in common language because there is something about the state that is immoral, but it's not the fact that but it's not the fact that the state exists. That's not the reason why it is immoral.
Forget that, Ryan. You said there are immoral states, but also you said that the existence of the state as such is moral.
Is moral, yes. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's just very confusing language.
Okay. Well,
okay.
I tried.
There are indeed immoral states then, right?
Yes, there are indeed immoral states. You can predicate immoral and moral to the word state. That's fine.
Good to know.
What's the issue with what I asked then? What makes a moral state?
What makes a moral state?
Yeah.
There are many things that makes a state moral. Like
that's what I asked you. Why can you comprehend it now?
Okay. Like for example, if it's fulfilling the functions that constitutes the definition of what a state is, right? Towards like all of the degrees of perfection that it could be pursued. So, like if your state.
What he asked you? Isn't that literally what he asked you, and now you're finally providing an answer?
Yeah.
Is it that hard?
Dude, I was confused because of this last phrase, but would it then fit the criteria that it is a moral state? Like this phrase.
Not really that
if I phrased it that the state is a moral one, would that be better?
No, you could just
ask asking if the state does certain things or does this one certain thing. Is it good or is it moral?
Dude, like the reason why I'm confused is because like what the state constitutes, it's in regards towards its capacity to actually fulfill certain acts, right? And then so a society that is capable of fulfilling certain acts, like the ability to coordinate human action for the pursuit of the natural ends of the family, if such conditions exist, then that community can be described as a state, or not just can be, but it should be described as a state. Now, is it moral for there to be states? Of course, that's the it's necessary because for the health and well-being and the propagation of families, which is the natural law that human living being seeks to pursue its well-being and seeks to promote its propagation. Now, like the other thing that's in question, which is the other question is, it's Pop Froggy is asking, like, what makes a state moral? And this question is unclear given that last phrase. Would it then fit the criteria that it is a moral state?
How is that unclear?
If someone asks me, right, like I say, like there's always going to be human action. Then someone asks me, right, what is the criteria for human action to be like moral or immoral, right? Because I would obviously say that human action as such can't be moral, right? That statement doesn't make sense. Right? It's dependent on the human action, so there's going to be a criteria on what human action is for it to be moral or immoral, right?
Look,
like if it is the case that the state is not necessarily moral, then I'm curious. Then if it is the case that the state does this thing, that it helps the family, would it then fit the criteria that it is a moral state? Like if it helps the family, would it then fit the criteria that it is a moral state? Like given that definition, yes, it would fit the criteria. But then this phrase at the beginning, that the state is not necessarily moral, right, implies that like what you're looking for is a thing that would constitute the immorality of a state. And so this is why I was confused.
I'm pretty sure less than 5 minutes ago you conceded there can be immoral states.
Okay, dude, this is why I keep telling you that. It's like the question.
You agreed that the state's not necessarily moral.
Dude.
Is that what you're getting hung up on?
The state is not necessarily moral, then I'm curious if that is. Then if it is the case that the state does this thing, that it helps the family, would it then fit the criteria?
Do you think states are necessarily moral?
Dude, I'm reading your question.
Yeah, I'm curious. No, yeah, sure. I'm just curious here. Like that question, I'm actually curious here. Do you think states are necessarily moral?
The existence of a state, the fact that a state exists, that's necessarily moral. But of course, we can predicate immorality to a state. Right?
But the state's not necessarily.
Wait, okay, so if I were to make the statement, human action is necessarily moral, right? Do you think that statement would make sense?
Here, it would make sense in this way. Like, if I say to you that what are things that in its absence would be immoral? Like, if I say to you that,
yeah, the absence of human action would be moral, yeah.
No. Like, is the absence of food, like in the face of a starving child, would that be necessarily immoral?
You're not giving me any context. It's not necessarily true moral apt at all, even.
What? You won't agree that a starving child I don't know what you mean by immoral, like from whose perspective here, because if it's like from the child, I don't see how the child is doing anything wrong, so like maybe it's like immoral if you have someone that has like a lot of food next to him, it's not giving him any, right? But what do you mean by like immoral? I think morality necessarily, there needs to be an actor involved.
Are you asking like, is the mere absence of food, like that fact itself, immoral in this context?
Yeah, because like that doesn't seem to like make any sense.
Oh.
Yeah, a society that is not able to actually produce the conditions in which their children are not starving. That's an immoral society.
Yeah. Okay. I would just reject that premise like straightforwardly, because I don't think like society is like a legitimate moral concept, because morality is necessarily from an individual's perspective.
Yeah, I mean, like, dude, the members of a family are going to be individuals, right? And the ends of the family will involve individuals. And if they wish to pursue the ends of the family, they would have to. It would necessitate the existence of the good of the state, right? They would see the state as a desirable thing that has to exist.
Well, under his definition, I think it does follow.
Does it follow?
It does. I'm fine with his
definition. Okay. Well, it's like definitionally, that's just what the state does. Okay. So is the state? You're saying is the state the only thing that can what would you call it? Like protect, or what would you call it? Like secure the safety of like families and whatnot of its citizens? Like, is that the only?
It's the natural, and it's the natural end. So
that doesn't answer. I'm asking you, is that the only way that we can have like what it is you're trying to seek?
No,
like this kind of like safety, anything that security.
Like anything that constitutes or anything that has the capabilities of actually pursuing the natural ends of the family. Like it could be described as a state, and justly could be said as a state. So
anything that does that is just a state.
Yeah, for example, dude.
That doesn't seem to. Okay, that seems to be very. I guess by my lights, that's strange, but okay. I mean, it's like I would imagine that you could have like decentralized like rights enforcement agencies that like could do this, could secure like people's safety, but like that wouldn't be a state in my eyes. So
Like,
I guess that's
'cause-
like kind of strange for me.
Yeah, here. I'll post another piece, another image. There's a lot of people, they don't understand, like, or they're not aware of the dichotomies between a conventional society and a natural society. Right? And so, in fact, this is one of the biggest ills of liberalism, or the liberal thought. It's that all they collapse all society to one thing. Right? They say that all natural societies are conventional societies. But classically, that's not been the case. Like there's a distinction, right? Like you being in a voluntary association, like a club, or a convention or a guild, is separate to you being born into a family, and there are particular duties involved. And the state is not a conventional society; it is a natural society. So there are
How
duties
do you come up with your
towards the
character
state
names?
that is similar to the duties towards a family, or obligations that you have.
I don't know. I kind of just kind of take ideas from other video games and stuff, like names from other video games, and then I kind of just mismatch them. You know, like Praxian. Vanos is a YouTube guy. Prax, you know, short for Prax, Praxeology. So I just put Praxian. Igor. Yeah. Also, this game has a name randomizer, I'm pretty sure. Make it easier to find a name.
And if you're afraid about like the overreach of the state, like one can easily surmise what are the limits of state authority just by the object of its purpose. Like, for example, the state has no right.
That's clever.
To actually,
I do similar.
Like, you know, as a natural course of affairs, take over the dignities and the
what?
It's the dignities and the functionaries of the family. So for example, the state has no right to normatively declare that it is the primary educator of a family's children, right? But in America, you guys do this, right? Because it's you guys have this conception of the.
But the state like gets to decide for families like what kind of security they get, because the state's in charge of like national defense and whatnot.
Yeah, well, when it comes to
like why in one case is it not okay for the state to like get involved with the family, but in the other, like in the case of education, that's not okay on your view. But then for like security, defense, etc., it's like fine. I don't see why like we should accept in the latter case that it's fine. But then in the case of education, like it's not fine. Seems like we should like be always opposed to it.
Like I said before, like the reason being it's that the object of the functions of the state it relies as an assistance, right? Its existence, the reason for its existence lies as a thing that assists the procurement of the natural goods of the family. But if the state seeks to circumvent or seeks to like oust the family itself, then it's going against the reason why it exists. And so it, you know, that's the political limits of the state. So, like, for example, if the state starts forcing you, you know, starts creating this breeding factory, right? Wherein, like, you know, it gets to create its own children.
I mean, if the state has the right to just like take, like, your house, for example, like, why don't they have the right to do this?
I keep telling you, it's like
like the state has the right to like exile people.
Like, what's the answer to that?
Yeah, because I'm going to answer that, right?
How come
because
sometimes the state gets to like violate property rights, but in others like they do? Like sometimes it's fine, but like if they take like a house, your house, then it's like okay, well that can happen if you're not participating in the common good, but no like human factory farms. Like in my view, both of those things are like rights violations. So it's like
because human factory farms does not comport to the common good because it seeks to subvert.
How does taking people's houses comport to the common good?
The very family.
How does stealing from people how is that like part of the common good?
Well, you're excising from socialism like statements this thing that the state should just have a blanket license to take away the properties of others. That's not true, right? But when Sotis declares, when Sotin declares that he is acting against the common good of the state, it doesn't care about the common good, then the state has
there's no obligation to care about the common good.
There is an obligation, of course, it's an obligation.
Why do I have an obligation to others?
Because it's for your own well-being and survival.
Am I a slave?
You are your
Is everyone just a slave to others?
If you want to survive and live well, you should act as a brother's keeper.
Hell no.
What is that? That's up to me. The way you're describing that, though, it sounds like
slavery.
You were a slave.
Yeah.
You're like a slave to other people. Like I don't see why we should accept that.
It's up to you. That's true. It is up to you. But the state also has a right to reply. The community has a right to actually reply.
They have a right to return.
Who you're at.
Has a right to what? Like take your things?
Yeah.
I feel like
if you're acting against the common good of the state, then the state should have the right to reply. Like the families who rely on the state, for its security and for their existence, for their happiness and well-being.
I don't owe them any of that.
Sure. I mean, the billionaire thinks the same way.
Why would I owe them? Why would I owe all these other random people around me? Right? You talk about you're your brother's keeper. All the kind of society you're talking about, if it's like a somewhat large country, right? I don't fucking even know most of these people who I'm apparently supposed to care for. And it just doesn't seem that I don't see why I should think that just naturally we all have some kind of duty to others. Like I didn't agree to enter this sort of I don't know, it's almost like some kind of contractual arrangement, but not really. Like it's not a legitimate one. It's like this. Oh, it's supposed to be this natural one, but it's
well,
I don't know how it is the case that you're just obligated to everyone like this.
Well, it's not contractual because contracts is the necessary item involved in conventional societies, but what is being born?
I'm saying it's contractual in the sense that there might be some kind of obligation. I'm not saying formally it's contractual. I wouldn't accept that. But, I'm just trying to show that okay, like in a contract, if you have some kind of obligation to fulfill some duty, then that would be analogous to where it's you have an obligation to participate in the common good. And if you don't, then the state can act in certain ways against you.
Yeah, just like you're obligated to respect your father.
Why do I have an obligation to provide for others, what you're talking about?
Because that's in line with your own personal good, and it's in line with the personal good of your community and of your family, of your race, right? Of your society. Of the human race.
Oh.
That is going to be the case when there is a limit on resources. If you have limited resources, then you have an obligation to others. If you have resources which are not used by anyone, then you don't have any obligation to share them.
I mean, I don't think you ever have some kind of inherent obligation to share your property, but so you're saying it's in you're saying it's in your personal interest to participate in the common good, right?
Of course, yeah, because dude, living a life of isolation as an exile where you don't care about anyone.
Wait. Just because I don't want to participate in the state's common good, that whole regime, doesn't mean that I want to live in isolation and away from anyone else. Those things aren't the same.
okay, if we're going to live in a
Or
society,
that's not entailed by the fact that like someone might not want to participate in like whatever the state's doing, like participate in all that.
yeah, and if we're going to exist in a society that is large enough that it can actually fulfill the goods of the family, then you would have the state. And if you're going to seek to rebel against the state, you can seek to go against that state, then the state has the right to reply. But if you, so if you want to constantly flee like these states until you, I don't know, like you're constantly fleeing the state because you wish to not be subject to the common good, but then you're always going to create a society in which the state is necessary for it to exist, and then
That's not wait.
You're going to flee that as well.
Wait, what are you talking about? Wait, what did you say about the state? Like necessary for existing, like the state? Like what was that?
Yeah, dude. Like I keep telling you, the family and any of these societies that are imperfect, like the family, it requires the existence of the state to fulfill the ends of the family. Without the state,
well, I understand that. Like, seems like trivially that's the case, given how you're defining the state. Like, because you think like that's just what the state does, right?
Yes.
Like, okay, fine, but like, I still don't see like, okay, let's say like, when someone doesn't want to participate in the common good, there's like some sort of punishment that like they can face, right? But like, how exactly are people? How are these punishments just? Like, do you think a punishment should be just? I guess like, yeah, first.
Yeah, of course, it should be commensurate.
Like, how is it like a just punishment to like take something from someone like if they're not participating in the common good?
Well, it depends on what level that they're rejecting the common good. If they're just if they're just like a little,
they're just not wanting to pay taxes, like property taxes.
That's
or something.
Property taxes is unjust. I agree with you, and that's.
Oh, you agree? Property taxes are unjust?
Hell
Hold
yeah.
on. Then what kind of taxation is just? Because it didn't seem like you rejected taxation outright.
Sales taxes, income taxes.
Okay. How are sales taxes just?
Well, that's like whenever there's a transaction in the marketplace, like the upkeep of that marketplace is conducted by the common good. So it's.
Wait, you mean just it's conducted by
the first place?
For me?
Yeah. If we're going to yap about what is just and what is not just, can we get a definition?
I mean, I'm just trying to see like by his lights, like does the punishment have to be just? Like, I didn't really matter for like when I'm just asking him that, when I'm trying to figure out like does he think punishments by the state in certain circumstances like are just? I mean, we could talk about that, but like now I was trying to figure out like.
Well, like I can give you a definition of justice. There are two ways to define justice. There is the transitive justice or the transactional justice, wherein there is this equality of exchange. It's also called reciprocity. Right? That's one definition of justice. The other definition of justice is this distributive justice. It's the idea that you are given what is due. So, a child is due something in which the father is obligated to provide, even though the child has not committed an act that was commensurate towards the what the father is going to provide the child. So that's distributive justice, though not transactional or transitive justice.
So distributive justice would be the justification for participating in the common good, right?
It's both. Both justice is involved in the participation in the common good, because right now, since I'm speaking towards libertarians, I'm appealing to transitive justice or transactional justice. But
I mean, there's never hold on. If transactional justice is about like equality in exchange, like that doesn't really make any sense. Like there's never an equality in exchange.
No, there is.
Like exchanges are necessarily unequal. Like each party to the exchange has to value what it is they're trying to get in the trade more than the thing they're giving up. Like if I valued what you have just as much as I value what I have, I'm not going to trade with you. That doesn't make any sense.
I mean, like this is why we began this conversation, right? With me talking about like it's possible to get an objective context, because
Yeah, but like you do understand that it doesn't make any sense to talk about equality in exchange just by the nature of what exchange is. What it means to have an exchange is that you have two individuals who value what the other has more than what it is they're willing to give up. And then when they conduct the transaction, that's them revealing their preference. Because if they didn't value the other thing that the person has more than what they have, they just wouldn't go through with the exchange. Like it wouldn't matter to them.
No, like
That's
because
only-
they can be.
That's only if you consider that there is a cost to the exchange. Because, it seems that if you have actually, like if you judge the world in which you exchanged equal to the one where you did not, you do not have a reason to prefer one over the other. So you would pick randomly between doing the exchange and not doing it.
Wait, like, I'm not sure what you just said. Like, all I'm saying is that, like, if you have, like, like, by definition, like, it's the case that in an exchange, what I'm describing, happens. It's like, if you're talking about some kind of equality in exchange, like, there's no, like, I don't see how there's any sort of exchange, without some sort of, like, inequality from, like both sides. So it's like, from one side, it's they value what they're giving up less, and then the same goes for the other side.
No, but like
So
what
like,
is?
if is like a just trade like one that's equal in value?
Yes, a just trade would
Okay,
be
but
one
like
that's
that
equal
just
in value.
doesn't happen. Like you don't have exchanges where there's like this equal value.
I mean, like yeah, you have like if the good, like if you look at the ledger, right? If you look at an accounting ledger, if the left side of the ledger like rests on the number 5 and the right side of the ledger rests on the number 5, then that's an equitable exchange, even though like goods have been passed down left and right between individuals and certain goods are different than the other goods that are being traded. As long as the value of the exchange is equal, then it's fine.
Like what? Hold on. Like what does it mean for an exchange to be equal exactly? Can we just clarify that?
Yeah, like this concept of just price, it's that like there's an evaluation of the value of a good, like separate from the which is distinct from the accidental advantage or the inordinate desire of a person as it regards to said good. So like this would be, for example, like the cost in the production of bread, right? Like the value of a piece of bread, it would involve primarily the cost of the production of bread, in which its most elementary like analysis would be what is the most reasonable like way of living constitutive of the labor that this labor is providing for the production of the of this material.
Okay, now it seems like we're back at like this objective theory of value thing. So,
yeah, dude,
I mean,
I keep like this is why I began this conversation with this thing that you can know objectively a context, and you can know, and context can be objective, right? Because
I mean,
it rests around this concept, like this thing that you can get like an equality of exchange rests on the idea that you can get an objective evaluation of the value of a good.
So is it like a labor theory of value then, right? Did you say that? Did you affirm that earlier or no?
It's not the labor theory, because the Marxists, what they would say is that the only
Just like
value,
some kind of labor theory of value. Like it doesn't have to be specifically Marxist. It could just be some theory of value that's like rooted in labor as the source of value or something like that.
as the predominant source, of course. But obviously there is the value of exchange as well. Like there's because the trader is conducting some labor and actually exchanging the good.
Like, do you think labor is the source of value or no?
Labor is principally the source of value, of course.
Okay, do you want to like? Okay, why do you think? Okay, like, do you want to defend that? Like, because like, I mean, I just don't see why we would accept that theory of value.
Well, because like, what is the thing that's being traded? Like you're trading the material good that is in which human effort has been injected to it, so that man can make use of it, right? So without man's labor, that object is useless to man.
Wait, you mean without someone like creating something, then like it's useless, or?
Yeah, like a.
I mean, like people don't like. Like it's not necessarily the case.
Wait, what
that,
about
like,
a gold
if you
nugget
have
that's
something-
found on the floor? Let's say I found a gold nugget on the floor and I pick it up. Why is that valuable?
Mhm. Oh, because it's useful to man, right? Like
Yeah, but
there's
no work was put into it.
no work was put into it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no one made it. But the reason there that you just admitted that it's because it's useful to man, but that's subjective, right? Whether or
It's
not a
subjective
thing has
use.
utility
Mhm.
is dependent on the context you're in, what exactly your needs and what exactly your desires are. The fact is that if nobody cared about gold nuggets, even if you found one on the ground, like there's no effort, no human labor put into it, and if nobody cares about it, nobody's gonna like buy it.
Yeah,
So,
I mean, like,
But
no one wants to
if you
trade
pick
it,
up a
but-
gold nugget on the
Mines.
ground, even though nobody did anything with it or touched it or did any work to put it there, it's still valuable because people subjectively
it's
value
only
it.
valuable to it's only valuable relative to people though.
Mm-hmm.
Is the point.
100%.
it's only valuable relative to the kind of labor that a person wishes
No,
to impose
no, it's
upon the
not.
gold.
No, it's not. There's no labor put into the gold nugget, but it still is
None.
highly valuable.
Zero.
No, dude, you're not listening. The kind of labor that this other person wants to impose upon the gold, that's why they're attributing.
No. Listen,
that
they're
value
selling
towards
the gold. They're not doing anything with the gold. They're selling the gold.
Okay, dude. Then a buyer will not buy it because they have no use for it.
No.
Wait, what?
Wait. You're meaning to tell me if I find a gold nugget on the floor, a person at a pawn shop, is it going to take it?
Well, I mean,
No,
in a
I just
pawn
want
shop,
to, please,
yeah,
just answer the question. Come on.
obviously a pawn shop would take it,
Why?
but that's because.
Oh,
they have
why
a
would they
use-
take
Why?
it? There's no labor put into it.
Yeah, let them explain. They clearly misspoke. That's fine.
No. It's not that I misspoke. What I'm
No,
talking
it's just his
about.
theory of value is wrong.
No, what I'm talking about a while ago is that it's absent of all other considerations. You only have like this buyer who has no use for the thing. He has no
he does.
intended.
He's buying it. Like, if I take a gold nugget to
then
the
you're
pawn
just-
shop, they're going to
you're
buy
just
it from me,
presuming
right?
that. No.
They're not gonna buy
if
it from me?
If this buyer has no, if this buyer intends to do no work for this thing, right? Or sorry, upon this thing, then there's no reason for him to procure.
Yeah, and because intent is subjective, that means the value of something is subjective.
No,
No,
it's not the intent. that it's subjective.
why is he working on it? Because he expects other people to value that product more than what he's going to give up for it. So he's going to get a
Well, like
profit. That's why he's doing it. He's looking at people's subjective
yeah.
evaluations, right? And he's supplying the demand.
But the value that he's going to price that good for, it will involve the cost of his labor, right? And also,
yes, but the original
and also the
product
cost-
itself did not cost anything because I found it on the ground.
you know,
Correct.
it costs. No. He's
It
going to
doesn't
buy
cost
it
me
from
anything
you,
to pick up a gold nugget on the floor, right?
dude. Listen, right? He's going to buy it from you, and the prices he's going to pay it paid for. In justice, it will be the effort involved in you picking up the gold nugget from the floor, and also the reasonable wage appropriate towards the labor.
Yeah, you're not
that you have
answering
to do.
respectfully. You're not really answering my question, man.
Oh, dude.
I feel like
What
you're
I'm
like
trying to tell you-
ignoring what I just asked you.
This guy.
Wait, what was the
He's not-
question?
Yeah.
This
Could you
guy-
restate the question back to me? What I just
like
asked you.
yeah, you asked me the question of hey, this person, is he not going to buy this like a gold nugget from like a, which I picked up from the floor? And if so, what's going to be the price, since I didn't do anything? I just picked it up from the floor.
Okay, that's you've added way more than what I asked you. I merely asked you if I pick up a gold nugget on the floor, that gold nugget is still going to be valuable despite the fact no labor went into it, right?
Well, it's only ever going to be valuable if
that's just a yes or no. Yes or no?
Inherently, no.
No? Okay, so you're meaning to tell me that if I go to a pawn shop, if I pick up a gold nugget on the floor, really big gold nugget,
no.
and I go to a pawn shop, you're saying that pawn shop is going to ask me, how did you get it? And then I'm going to say, I found it on the ground. Oh, you found it on the ground? Oh, no work went into it, so therefore it isn't valuable. So toss it in the garbage.
Why are you injecting this scenario of a pawn shop and the like? Like, that's not what we're talking about.
Like, of your view, like, if you really think
we're talking about
why do you think pawn shops buy things? Because they consider it to be valuable.
We're talking about it
theoretically. They look at the labor that went into things, and then they.
Dude, we're talking about it theoretically. Like imagine if there's no other society, right? You only have this buyer, and you only have you. But there's no pawn shop, whatever.
Why are you changing the scenario? Why don't you just answer my scenario?
Because that's the scenario you gave me first, and then the other thing. Okay, then just ask me about the pawn shop and ignore this.
I've asked you 5 times. I'm waiting for an answer. Okay, so there's a guy. He finds a gold nugget on the ground, right? He takes it to a pawn shop. He takes it to his local pawn shop. Do you think that person is going to value it, right? That person is definitely going to value that good, right?
Of course, we're going to value it. Okay, now see this.
Why would they value it?
Well, why would they value it? Why?
Why do you think the labor?
Okay, first, okay. Of course, they're going to value it. Now,
but why?
Why? Do you recognize the difference between what you've said today, right now?
Don't midwit me. Answer the question.
Oh my goodness.
No, Newton, you tend to do this. People ask you a question and you respond by asking another question. That's not how things work.
Who, me?
Like,
Newton,
no,
Newton has done that like multiple times.
I just want to know why the pawn shop would find it valuable if there's no labor put into the gold nugget.
Well, because in today's society, we treat value as if it's only ever valuable, or the value of a good is only ever decided by the exchange value. And so this guy doesn't really care.
Why is there value in the exchange?
Why is there value in the exchange?
Mm-hmm. Like, where does that value come from? It has to come from a person, right?
Okay. Dude, when you're asking why is there a value in the exchange, you're asking me in theory, like a
No, like where? No, okay, this is what. I'll be more clear. I'll clarify.
Invader,
where
Newtonia, get out. We're banning you.
Oh, me?
Oh no.
No, Newtonia. He's clearly just trying to avoid this hypothetical.
I'm not, dude. I'm literally not, because
come out of this.
No, you are kind of avoiding the hypothetical, because I've asked you it like 5 times, and you like, if you don't know the answer, you can just say you don't know the answer, but like you're not answering the question. Like,
ask your question more accurately.
No, dude, it's like as straightforward as it. Like, I don't know how much more clear I can be.
Why does the pawn shop value the gold?
Okay,
like, that's literally the entire question, and you're like doing circles around it.
Dude, in today's society, the reason why the pawn shop values the gold is because they.
We're talking about today's society. You don't need to add that.
Dude,
who cares?
Why does the pawn shop value the gold?
Like, in theory, why does the pawn shop value it?
Okay, in theory, the pawn shop.
In economic theory,
practically. Let him go.
Dude, in theory, the pawn shop should value the gold because of the labor and because of the labor involved in this.
Yeah, you're dodging again.
How is that a dodging?
I didn't ask you what they. Did I ask you what they should value it? Did I ask you what they should value, or I'm asking you why they value it, right?
Okay, if you're gonna ask me why, in context to what? In context towards in today's society.
Oh my god! I'm gonna kill myself, bro. Like, do you really not understand the question that I'm asking you, or are you just as dumb?
Dude, in theory, they're going to value the gold. in consideration of the labor
They are
that
going to
you
value it. Okay, why?
yes in consideration in the
Yeah, I muted him because there's no point
Okay,
in listening to this dude.
Why?
Dude, I'm telling you, why can't you just accept the answer?
You're not answering. Just answer.
I'm answering, dude. I'm answering, dude.
He's never gonna answer.
You don't want
He's never
to
gonna answer. He's an invader. Just ban him.
I'm literally answering
I'll
the
give
question.
you one chance. Go ahead.
Okay, in theory, this pawn shop broker, right? He is going to pay you the value of the gold because of the effort that is included in you procuring that gold, and also because of the reasonable evaluation.
So you don't understand the hypothetical, because I just told you that there was no effort being put into the gold. I literally found it on the ground. I found it on the ground. I found the gold nugget on the floor. So I didn't put any effort into the gold nugget. I found the gold nugget on the floor and I brought it to a pawn shop owner and he's telling me that it's valuable. Why would he find it valuable if there was no work put into that gold?
Can you repeat my answer to you?
You said it's because of the effort that I put into that gold, correct?
Okay. Why does it matter if you put no effort into it?
That's what I'm asking you.
Okay.
Showing that the effort is the source of the value.
What I'm talking about is that
the labor is not the source of the value. What is the source of the value is the subjective evaluation of the individual who is purchasing it.
In today's society, that's true.
In all societies.
No, not in all societies.
Could you name me a society where that's not true?
Years ago,
yes, in medieval societies, that was not true.
So medieval societies didn't value gold.
They were valuing it based on the labor. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, they value it based on labor
so
and
you
the
meaning
reasonable
to tell me if I went to the medieval times
Um,
and I picked up a gold nugget on the floor and I took it to a company that buys gold, they would say, nope, we're not going to buy it because you didn't put any work into it. That's your meaning.
No,
that's
dude,
really what you just
no,
is
dude.
that really what you believe?
No, dude. They're going to value it in consideration towards the labor that you've put in. So they're going to buy it
put in.
with. Okay, and so they're going to say hey, if you just pick
Why
this
do you
up,
keep
then
saying
why
that?
should I pay you?
No labor was put in.
Dude, if you just picked it up, then these pawnbrokers in the medieval society, they will just say, well, we're just going to pay you pittances for it.
No.
Because
they don't know where it came from.
All right, I'm gonna leave because I can't listen to Newtonian
talk. I really can't do this. You can't be this stupid.
Probably the dumbest thing I've heard.
Dude, you're an idiot.
There's not even a need to explore what they mean because right now they're saying that value is relative to a culture, which means it's not objective, which was what we were talking about in the first place.
Yeah.
So their whole theory, which relies on objective values of things, just falls apart from there.
Yeah, that's a good point because if it changes based on culture, then obviously it's not objective. Because if it was objective, then every culture would adopt it every single time.
Yeah.
So
luckily enough,
luckily
enough, you don't base the value of a good based on the cultural affectations of one culture compared to another. We're talking about the value of the good as in regards to the labor involved in the procurement of said good.
Yeah, but that's not the source of the
you
value.
are the most I truly cannot believe that you don't understand what we just I truly cannot believe you don't understand what I'm asking you. It really blows my mind.
He does.
Like you don't seem you don't seem this stupid. Like you seem like a smart guy. And the fact that you don't even understand the question that I'm even asking you is just blows my mind. So respectfully, I'm good with the nitwitting. I'll see you later, bro.
Understand.
You could say, just one thing for you, Newtonian. You could say that it is objectively true that a culture values gold or whatever, but that is just going to be a statement about the values, the way the values come up, not about the value itself, which is not going to be objective. Like you're going to have to make a choice. Either something is valued independently of culture and humans and whatever, it's just going to have inherent value, or it does not. You cannot have both.
Anyways.
And if you're going to talk about the way people value the labor that went into something or could be used to get something of the same kind of or whatever along that line, then it is going to be relative to a culture or to a society or whatever, which is not objective. Which is fine. Like I don't have any issues with like non-objective values, but I'm just saying if that is your theory, you should not say that it is objective value.
I mean, it's I don't know. I'm over that conversation, so I mute nitwits, midwits that can't understand a simple question.
Well, it seems like Newtonia read some shit about the labor theory of value from who knows, Marx or whatever, and he says the words in the correct order or whatever for that, and it sounds like sophisticated to like midwits, and so now I feel like he's gotten so entrenched in it that there's like no way you can let it go, and that's why he just kept repeating it instead of engaging with you.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I thank you for
I have midwit fatigue, honestly. I do. I have midwit fatigue. Like, if I ask you a straight up question, it's just so, like, yeah.
I got a non-midwit question.
Sure.
How would you deal with, like, the prisoner's dilemma or tragedy of the commons, or, like, any situations where the Nash equilibrium is not going to be one where the collective good is maximized? Do you just accept, okay, and that situation is just going to suck, or?
Well, that could be it, but there's generally there's like pretty clever ways in which private business owners find ways around a lot of these situations. The prisoner's dilemma, I don't really know much about that, but I would say, what was the second one that you said?
Tragedy of the commons, or
a tragedy of the commons. That's a collective ownership sort of situation. So they believe in full property rights, so that would solve that. Externalities. The state is an externality. Fundamentally, if the best thing to do to reduce externalities is getting rid of the state, because they are an externality. They literally force people to pay for other people's shit. And people could use it as much as they can without putting any real cost on themselves. But there are plenty of clever ways in which business owners are able to find ways around like externalities. Like, for instance, like with a what are they called, those things? Lighthouses. A lot of people be like, oh, that's a externality, because positive externality, because you could use it, like the lighthouse, to get to where you need to go, but you don't have to pay to use it. You know what I mean? But what business owners at that time did is they just charged people to use the dock as opposed to just using the lighthouse. Like, you can use the lighthouse, but to dock, you have to pay to dock there. So they just bundled that service with some other usable service so that they can make up for it, basically. And yeah, a lot of businesses like insurance kind of do that. So there's tons of like clever ways in which business owners figure these things out.
Also, like, with the tragedy of the commons, isn't the issue that, like, if it's some, like, quote unquote, like, collectively owned, or say, well, I don't think collective ownership is anything, but like, let's just say, like, we have some like big unowned like area, like, then isn't the issue there that like a bunch of people are kind of just gonna take what they can before others can, but they don't really care about like the maintenance of the thing in question, so then that leads to some issues. But like, in our ideal world, like, you're gonna have much more like private ownership of all sorts of things, and so then people are gonna actually have an interest, a vested interest, I guess, in like maintaining their property. So it doesn't seem like we would actually run afoul of like that problem, but like in a statist system, like, you do.
So yeah, I guess, for example, do you propose that roads would be owned by companies?
Hell yeah.
What
roads would be owned by individuals. It wouldn't just be companies. So
what, you like have a toll at the beginning of each road or something?
Generally, businesses would probably steer away from doing things like that because it would distract people from coming. What they could do is they could like a clever idea that some business owners did in the old days in the United States was they bought swaths of road, and then they charged business owners to advertise and put their businesses on the sides of those roads. And then they, from the rent they collected, they used it to upkeep the road. And yeah.
So what you're saying is put up more billboards.
Well, yeah, they could put some billboards up. They could put advertisements. They could put some stores nearby. You know, there's tons of ways in which they can fund it. You know, they could do.
Like, generally speaking, like, people own the land along the side of these roads, so that's why, like, it's the people who get the rent money now for the billboards, and they wouldn't give that to the road.
Yeah, but if you could buy swaths of road with enough room to put new stuff there. So, but I would expect as like business owners sort of competing with each other on whose road is the best with the most lowest traffic with the most coolest stuff on it, and then yeah.
It would be cool though, because like there's gonna be some roads that are like did up like the Hot Wheels tracks and shit.
Yeah, it'll be like you could have a Disney road or this road or that road, but the thing is with the government roads, right, as they are right now, they're not 100% incentivized to clean it up because you're forced to pay anyways. That's why they take their time.
Or I have a better idea. This is something that's been talked about.
Your microphone is a little bit
Europe.
low. Just saying.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you. It's just a little low.
Yeah, because it's off the Bluetooth on the car.
Let me just turn them on.
I can hear you a little better now.
So, yeah. So because the mic is on the ceiling of the. Anyway. So in Europe, they've been talking about this for a while now. When you go and do your yearly inspection for your car, that they have to take the mileage, right? They have to look at the mileage from the previous year to this inspection, and they make up like of how many miles you did in 1 year, and based off of that, you're paying tax on the roads.
Well, we already pay the tax on the roads.
We're trying to
here.
figure out a way to do it without paying taxes.
No, but you're paying tax without using the car. So if I buy a car in the United States, right, and I keep it in the driveway for the next 5 years, I'm going to be paying tax on it regardless.
That's bullshit.
Right?
Yeah, that's bullshit.
Right?
Tax on cars should be proportional to the mileage and the weight of the car, if there is any.
I don't think there should
And
be
I
any
keep it
taxes.
on my property. Like, hold on. So I keep it on my property. Now, in this situation in the United States, do I have to pay tax on my car?
No. I don't think so.
Wait, say that one more time. I didn't hear you.
If I buy a car, right, and I decide to use it as a shed and just keep it on my property, would I still be paying tax to the government?
No.
Yes, you would.
Well, in the United States now.
Does it depend on the states? Well, yeah, does it depend on the state?
We don't do mileage taxes in the U.S.
No, I'm not saying mileage.
No, he's saying
Something
keeping
that's
it
been
on
talked about now.
If you keep it on your property, it's included in your personal property taxes, and as far as I know, that's every single state in the U.S.
Wait, we have personal property taxes?
Yeah.
I thought you just paid the tax
That's
once
the
and
same
then that was
everywhere.
it.
No, that's
No.
the same everywhere.
You pay it
That's
every
fucking
year.
stupid.
Property
No,
tax
it's better to pay
is applicable
every year.
everywhere you go around the world.
I hate taxes. I don't want to pay any taxes.
But no, my point is, look, in Britain, if you've got a car and you're not driving it, let's say you're going to be overseas for the next 6 months or a year, whatever, and you don't want to pay tax on the car, you just pull it up on your driveway or your garage, whatever, take some photos of it that's on, proving that it's on private property, and you go on the website, upload the photos, fill out the form, and then they just cancel the tax until you decide put it back on tax because that's on private land. Once you come back and you decide, okay, I'm gonna need the car, you just submit another form to re-register it for tax. Otherwise, if you take the car on the road with no tax paid, because it's all based on the license plate, there's no tax or nothing. It's just on the license plate. You risk getting your car impounded and seized.
I hate the government.
And then again, what has been talked about in Europe, something called procedural tax or mileage-based tax. So, depending on how many miles you do a year, you're going to be paying tax off of that. So each individual type of car would have its own tax bracket. So if you've got a motorcycle, obviously you're going to be paying pennies. But if you got like a big truck, obviously the price is going to go up. But now it's all down to your yearly inspections. So when you take your technical inspection, just make sure the car is still safe to drive on the road. They base the taxes off of how many miles you did in the previous year. So if you drive a lot, then the tax goes up.
Yeah, I'm glad in Florida we don't have inspections. I had to do that shit in Pennsylvania, where you had to get an inspection every so often, and you had to put that stupid sticker on your car, and if you didn't, they'll pull you over and shit. It was annoying. I hated it so much.
No, in Europe you don't. They took away that sticker bullshit, and it's just tied into the registration plate.
Yeah.
So, because we got these things called ANPR cameras, automatic number plate recognition cameras. So, whenever you pass in front of a police car, let's say you don't have insurance, you don't have your tax paid, or that car's been flagged for, I don't know, a hit and run or something, they're going to immediately pull you over. But if you haven't done anything and there's nothing on the plate, there's no reason for them to pull you over. So if you get pulled over in the UK, you're usually going to get pulled over because there's something like a red flag on the plate. There's something on there. They wouldn't have any other reason to pull you over.
One thing that I think is kind of funny, it's kind of unrelated to what you're talking about, but the whole labor theory of value, like how does the labor theory of value explain OnlyFans? You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, that's a good one. I don't know, that's just like online prostitution.
Pretty much. You're not doing any work, really. I mean, you're not doing much work in comparison to like other things, right?
Well,
and
yeah,
you're getting
you
a
can
lot
make
of money.
the argument, like even in prostitution, you have to shake your ass, or just actually commute the place of the contract.
That doesn't make
They
any
come
sense.
to you.
I mean, you have to get there. I mean, the idea though is that you're not really doing that much work, but you're getting a lot of money. So, if labor is the reason why things are valuable, then that doesn't really make sense.
But would you agree? Would you agree that OnlyFans should only be allowed for people that can't pass a certain IQ?
The light up. Why?
And then like their only value is, how they look.
That's all. That's a black pill shit, bro.
Like you need a certificate to be on OnlyFans. If your IQ is over 80, you can't be on OnlyFans. You're not allowed. But if you go and take that certificate, well, this person's IQ is under 80, so here you go. Here's a certificate. Have fun.
What are you even talking about?
Wait, what is this like standard for whether you can
I
have
don't know what this guy's talking about. I'll be honest.
What the fuck? Yeah.
It's IQ based. It's IQ based.
I felt like he was onto something before, but now I don't really understand.
What for?
Wait, how did this get to this camera?
Yeah, I have another question about the road thingy.
Sure.
Like we have someone owning the road that serves.
Wait,
some
how come
businesses.
this guy can use camera on but I can't?
I think you have to be above a certain level or something.
What would be stopping the road owner from putting a toll at the beginning of the road and saying, "Hey, you cannot even go to these businesses unless you pay me because I own the road"?
Well, he wouldn't be incentivized. He would be I mean, there would nothing necessarily be stopping them, but that's like asking why don't malls? What's stopping a mall from charging you $50 from going inside of its store, right? Inside of its mall and making you pay to go to the store. Well, you know, nothing is necessarily stopping them, but the reason why malls generally don't charge people $50 to go into their mall is because they are incentivized to allow as many people to go into the mall as they can, as to allow them to buy as much things as they can, which then they take a portion of that money.
Yeah, sorry.
Hold on, don't they charge for
misexplained
parking?
the situation.
Don't they charge for parking?
What people would
Not
pay?
all of them.
It's not the customers that would be paying. It would be the business. Like if you want to have
but they
people
get money
go on the road at all, you have to pay me like $10,000 a month.
Well, yeah, but the businesses, they get money from the people who buy their stuff. So it's a mutual transaction. When you look at like malls, right?
Stage.
When you look at like
on the road.
Wait, say that again?
If they don't give me 95% of their benefits, like they just don't have a business anymore.
I mean, not necessarily. They could just go to a different competing road. That's not
What
charging
competing
90%.
road? There's no
They have to be
competing road.
reasoning.
There are
They have to
businesses on the
be.
other side.
Wait. Vanilla,
Are you
can
familiar
you be
with the
quiet real
Astoria?
quick?
Yeah, I want to point.
All right, so go ahead.
Yeah. There are situations where there would not be competing roads. Like if I have the only road and on the other side there are buildings, there's no choice. There's only one road. So they have
but I mean, we have a huge world. I don't see any scenario which there would only ever be just one road.
Like in a city, like, okay, you have the road that is in front of your business. And on the other side of your business, there are other buildings and whatnot. So you cannot have another road. There's only one in front of your business. Like,
well,
sure,
then what they would have to allow give you if in the sense that if they have property that's around your property, then in that sense they would be claiming your property, right? And then that would be a violation of your rights. So they would have to give you some sort of easement in and out.
Why would they be claiming your property?
Because they're stopping you from being allowed to leave.
Oh no, you can leave. Like you can leave just fine. It's just the customers cannot go in. And
then that's your problem.
That would be fine.
That's your problem.
Okay, so yeah, you would be fine with a situation where road owners can hold businesses hostage. Like you think that's better than having the road?
They're not hostage. They're just saying that you're not allowed to use my road.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. You think that's better than having the road be publicly owned? Yeah. I just.
Well, yeah. I don't think it's okay to rob people in order to pay for a fucking road. Yeah. I'd rather have people, come to some sort of agreement and do everything consensually and some sort of voluntary transaction.
Oh, it would be.
Sometimes there's going to be situations.
You have to give me 95% of your benefits.
Sometimes in situations in the free market, people get screwed over, right? But in 100% of the time, and when people are with the state, they get screwed over because they're being forced to pay for something they don't want.
Yeah. So what we like the end game of that scenario is that there is an individual that is going to own basically all the roads.
That's
City.
impossible.
And at that point, them asking the businesses
if one person is opening, closes.
If
one person owns,
just access.
Yeah. If one person
taxes back with another name.
If one person owns all of the roads and then they just stop allowing people to access, you know what's going to happen? People are going to stop going to those roads. That business is going to go out of business, and then people are going to go to a different city. And
what is actually
you're going to have
happen?
What you're going to have is a bunch of roads that don't do that, and then they'll make a bunch of money.
What is actually going to happen is that the businesses are going to pay up to a certain point, and at this point, we just have taxes. But with
could you give me a single example of a toll road in real life doing this? Or a mall, or a private business?
Roads are usually not privately owned.
Okay, could you give me an example of a mall doing this?
Yeah, malls actually do this. Like if you want to have access to the mall as a business, you have to pay the mall. which is
Yes,
what I'm
because
talking about.
yeah,
You're paying a
if
tax.
you want to be on another person's property
Wait, really?
and to set up shop on another person's property, yeah, you have to pay them. What's wrong with that?
It's not the same as like holding people hostage. Like
That's
in
not
that
holding a person
hypothetical you presented
hostage. Are
earlier.
you kidding me?
Hypothetical was like, what
okay,
if the
yeah, that's fine.
So what's the alternative? You think
the
the business owners should be allowed to force themselves onto the?
Do you understand the
the-
issue that I'm bringing with that scenario? Like, do you understand why one would think
There's no. I don't
that
see
it
any
could be
issues with a
problematic?
voluntary transaction between two business owners.
Okay,
You
yeah,
might see an issue with that, but I don't see an issue with that personally.
Yeah, okay, then I'm not sure you actually understand what I'm trying to point
So
out.
you're basically saying that malls force business owners into their business. Is that what you're trying to make the point? Is that your point? Because could you give me an example of that ever happening?
Yeah, I just did not get what I was talking about. That's fine.
Okay, so you don't have an example of that ever happening.
Yeah, I gave it with the road thingy. But yeah,
No, I'm not talking about. I'm talking about a real world example of a mall, just saying, nope, you're not allowed. We're gonna force. You're not allowed to set up shop here and do anything, and we're just gonna, keep you in. And could you
yeah,
give me
we
an
don't have
example of
that in
happening?
real life because we have states that stop this kind of crap from happening. Like,
States,
we have states that say no, like
stop,
this is illegal to do. Like, you can
states
go fuck
stop
yourself.
business owners from rejecting rent applications.
Yeah, states stops people from buying roads and denying access to businesses.
What are you talking about? Toll roads exist in the real world. You do know that, right?
Yeah, and if you try doing that in most countries, if you try buying
Could you
all
give me
the
an
roads around a business, people will just
If
tell
you
to
buy a
fuck off. Like,
road
the state
around a
isn't telling you
business,
no,
if you buy a
don't do
road
this.
around another person's property, like a donut homesteading, you would be violating the property rights of that individual who's
No,
living
once again, I
inside.
explained that this would not apply to the
So that would
owner
go
of the
against our
property
exits.
itself. It would only apply to the customers that would go in, which would not violate your notion of property.
Well, if you want to start a business and you don't have the right to start a business on another person's property, you only
Are you
have a
even
right to start
tracking
a
at this
business
point?
on your own property. If you want to start a business on your own property, you're more than welcome. But you don't have a right to start a business on another person's property. What gives you the right to do that?
Yeah, okay.
Explain.
No, I'm good.
Okay,
I'm good.
got you. So you want to force other people to let them do business on other people's property. That's basically... And you're upset.
Yeah.
That
Remember
people aren't
earlier when
doing
you
that.
said that you're tired of talking to midwits?
Oh, I'm a
That's
midwit?
basically where I'm at right
I'm
now.
a midwit? How am I a
So,
midwit?
yeah, I'm good.
How am I a midwit? Tell me. No, you don't got nothing? Okay. Yeah, so this is very easy. If a business owner goes and puts a what do we call this? A lock-in proviso, right? It's essentially if somebody puts their land around
Lock-in
another
proviso?
person's land.
No.
No, isn't? What? No?
Not the locking proviso.
No? Oh, whatever. But anyways, if you put land around another person's land, right? You would be violating that person's rights, because you would be claiming the land within that land because you are not allowing the person within that land to enter and exit. So you would have to give them an easement. That would be violating property rights. So the situation in which you're saying in which somebody can just block somebody out using their property, that wouldn't really
Yeah, it's, like,
happen.
not allowed.
Yeah, that would not be allowed in anarcho-capitalism.
Like it's not really an issue for us in terms of like what our theory implies. So I'm not sure why you would bring it up unless you didn't know.
And apparently I'm the midwit. Yeah.
I just came in. I don't know the dynamics in this conversation.
Now, apparently I'm a
something.
midwit because he brought me this situation in which somebody encased another person's property using their property, and I was basically telling him that.
Hold on, but this is why I'm bringing this in because you're clear. You're bringing out an explanation right there.
Mm-hmm.
I'm totally on board with talking to you about that, listening through it, talking about the whole thing, and that's exactly what somebody should do. That's exactly what somebody should do to not be a midwit, right? But what you should also do to not be a midwit is get caught up in that kind of terminology, Like, don't get just like, you know, like, you know, somehow.
Okay. Thanks, bro. For saying a whole lot of
What are
nothing.
you even talking about, bro? You weren't
I
even
don't
here
know
for
what the fuck that guy
bro.
was even talking about, bro. I got midwit fatigue.
I would like to apologize for calling you midwit. It's not nice. Yeah, I'm just tired of the conversation and think it's not going to lead anywhere because I repeated my example a few times and communication was not effective.
Like, you do understand that, like...
But you understand the argument we're making, or no?
Yeah, and the reason I called you that is because it's not what I'm talking about, but that's fine.
What are you talking about?
Then what were you talking about? Were you not talking about a person?
I'm not interested in continuing the conversation right now.
I know,
fine,
but weren't you talking about somebody putting their land over around another person's land?
Not exactly, you know, like not in the way that you mentioned, not in the way that you responded to.
Okay, so then give me the scenario.
No, I'm not interested in continuing the conversation right now.
Okay, gotcha.
Maybe another time when I find ways to express myself better.
Well, it seems like a non-issue, honestly. I mean, if you were to compare, 30 seconds is enough of your conversation for me to know that.
What is this guy even trying to like?
Anyways, so
like, why are you like language policing, you fucking retard?
Who, me?
No, him. He's like, oh, you shouldn't say midway, blah 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 blah. Terminology. Like, really? Okay.
It's perfectly fine to use. I think it's perfectly fine to use. I think it works for some people, definitely. But fundamentally,
I
like...
would agree with it. It's usually not productive to insult people. Yeah, so... that really reflects on someone's emotional state rather than the person they're insulting.
Yeah. I mean, I do think that it can be insults, but it is also a description of something that someone is doing too. You know what I'm saying? So like you could say like someone's midwitting me right now. And I mean, you could say it's like a bit of an insulting way of putting it, but I feel like it's also a description of what someone's doing. You know? Now, if you're saying like maybe the person is a midwit, I mean, yeah, that's probably a little bit of an insult.
I mean, I don't even know, like, then what was being talked about with the whole, like, roads thing. Like, I thought the example was, like, the person, like, building, or, like...
So, if I'm not mistaken, his argument was that, like, let's say you own a road, and there's a business on the road, and that business owner has your business on that road decides to restrict access to your business to customers. And then I said, basically, they wouldn't be allowed to do that because they would be restricting access.
Well, apparently that's not what he was saying, because he
apparently
said...
that's not what he was saying, I guess, but...
I don't even know what we were talking about then. Okay, cool.
But fundamentally, like, even if there may be situations where, like, someone might get screwed over in a free market, I prefer that over robbing somebody. Because taxation is theft. It is the forceful extraction of wealth by the state.
This is true.
So, you know, are we just...
It's a matter of fact.
Are we just gonna rob people
Why do the
anytime?
people that are muted just, like, stick around? Like, is this even fun for them?
They like being cucked.
I wonder about that too.
They're just, like, sitting... Okay.
They're hoping that they'll get it back.
Yeah, you're not getting unmuted, guys. Or at least I wouldn't mute you guys.
I think vanilla and sentient beings are.
I was trying to understand what Vanilla was saying at first, but then he just kept talking about a bunch of nonsense, and then what's his name started talking.
You're friends with Ancap Doggo. That's pretty cool.
I am Ancap Doggo.
Oh, this is your alt.
Yeah.
Yeah, me and Ancap Doggo, we go way back, bro. We go way back like 20 years, you know.
20 years.
No, I'm just kidding.
Right, yeah.
Yeah. Nah.
So why do you have two accounts? How are you online on both of them?
Right, that's like 3 accounts.
I have 5 accounts. But I mainly have it just because it's for like different like when I get banned from like a thing on Discord, like or on MDD for example, I can just like join a different account to continue debating.
I see.
So it's like a ban evade. So
it can be, yeah, I ban evade, right? That's the point. But it's also just like I have like a Marxist account too, and it's like it's fun. It's fun to play around. But I think the reason why I'm online on both is because I have one on like the Discord app and the other on like my Chrome.
Why do you always get banned?
It's not like from the server, but like when I'm debating someone, they can like ban me from the channel.
Because he says something that people don't like. You know, it isn't hard to do that when you're an ANCAP.
Bro, I was like, I guess on that point, like, when I was rewatching, like, what I was talking to you about this earlier, like, that clip, like, for some reason, like, towards the end of the conversation with God Gifts, like, he just, like, brought up, like age of consent stuff, and I'm just like, bro, like, why is that always, like, being brought up to us? Like, genuinely, we don't even, like, really talk about that ourselves. Like, they just try to bring it up as some, like, polemical tactic, or, like, a rhetorical tactic, and it's like, bro, we don't even comment on that.
It's always meant to like make us look a certain way. You know what I'm saying? That's just really what it is.
It was just completely out of the blue. Like, he just literally randomly brought that up when like you were. I was.
That's
like,
what God does when he's ANCAP hunting.
He was not. I was like rewatching that, and I realized like he came in kind of like confrontational, and like.
I just thought it was so funny because I kind of confronted him. I'm like, bro, why are you so confrontational when it comes to me? But whenever it's like Liquid Zulu, you like shut your fucking mouth. Like the other day I saw him debate talking to Liquid Zulu, and he was like so calm and was like almost scared to ask him anything. But then like when it comes to me, he like jumps down my throat, and I'm just like, okay, like. And then he admitted the reason why he did it is because I'm not really as smart as Liquid Zulu, so it's easier to debate me than other people.
Does anyone in here think that there's? I don't want to interrupt. Is anyone saying something?
No.
Go ahead.
I'm wondering if anyone has any, I don't know, idea of like a non-floating abstraction definition of the political left and right. Like, does anyone think that they could define that in like a useful way?
I feel like it's all a spectrum.
No.
I mean, if anyone wants to take that.
Like,
I don't know.
Collectivism or individualism is like probably the easier way to go at it, but like I don't know. I generally prefer not to use like left and right terminology.
Yeah.
Right.
And
then
I mean, you can term as like socialism versus capitalism, maybe. Like socialism being very broad there, though. Like socialist in like the sense of like when government does stuff, I guess is how I would put it. But that's like probably most people don't think about the left versus right like that. I just think about it as like, okay, the left is the socialist, and then the right is the capitalist. So I don't really think like people who are usually said to be on the right, like I don't think of them on the right, but like most people don't think about it that way.
Technically, libertarians are on the right, but we believe, you know, in a lot of things a lot of right-wingers don't agree with.
Both of those are violations of Rand's razor. They they multiply concepts beyond necessity.
Yeah.
I mean,
I don't disagree.
I'm not really familiar with that, but I mean, wait, how is that going? Like, how is that multiplying beyond necessity?
Because you're saying that the right is individualism and the left is collectivism, in which case you're just saying there's nothing that differentiates the right from the concept of individualism in any way. It's just they're just the same thing. And in that case, you're just multiplying a concept beyond necessity. And at least with individualism, you have a legitimate concept you're referring to there. Like,
and it would just be like different terms to point to the same thing.
You could phrase individualism in terms of a genus and a differentia, for example. So there's something that's being referred to there. There's a concrete referent, but not in the case of the right and left, unless you just phrase it in terms of some other word. And at that point, it's just arbitrary. I'm writing a thing right now about all that, a bunch of that stuff. It's going to be banger when it comes out.
I have 2 videos in the work. One of them is, they're both of them being edited, so I'm just waiting for them to finish.
Bro, why is this guy like crashing out in the chat? Like, this is sad. Like, how old are you,
Why
bro?
am I still muted?
This guy's like,
Because you came in and you were saying a bunch of nonsense.
Is he a special puppy?
Yeah, look, I'll unmute
He's
him.
an
Look, just listen.
but
listen.
he's very dominating in conversation. And
there
I
we
don't.
go.
All right, you're unmuted,
Good.
Sentinel.
Yeah.
We'll never get a word in. I'm just going to say that right now.
Well, I mean, you could have explained in the first place what happened there.
You were saying a bunch of nonsense.
I was not.
Who is this guy? What's his beliefs? What's the argument?
Which I've tracked with, which was
Like a
several
statist?
other people tracked with, by the way. Not that I was dominating the conversation. I was not.
What was his argument?
Alright, so what were you saying earlier? You seemed to have some issue with like Sithis' like terminology, like you were complaining about that. Like, were you mad that like the term midwit was being thrown around? Like what? Like I don't know exactly what you were getting at.
No, I didn't. I did not, in fact, make a point about that. I only said something about that in the chat after you muted me. So
No,
I think-
you
No,
mentioned
no.
like
Can
terminology.
you guys not meta talk?
No.
Holy
I'm gonna
crash
put it
out.
correctly.
Okay, mute this guy,
Oh,
please.
You got it
This guy's
wrong.
crazy.
Please mute him. Get rid of him
Holy
again.
meta.
Okay, so
He's
now,
like a meta
now you guys
demon.
understand why I muted him after the first 5
He like
seconds of hearing
immediately starts fucking crashing out. Like, no.
As soon-
I really need to get dominate this shit. Like, no. You're
Take
not
the L,
retarded.
bro. Just take the L.
Like, that's just gonna get you muted, idiot. Holy fuck.
Well, I was talking
Yeah.
to Vanilla there.
What a sad person.
Yeah, I think they made a good point earlier, which is why I apologize for calling people midwits.
Eh,
That was reasonable.
I use it all the time, so I'm not offended.
God, I hate meta talking.
Yeah, I hate
That's why
meta
we have
talking.
to mute him.
Is that meta talking as well?
I don't know.
Yeah, kind
Yeah,
of.
it's like
It's a
like talking like
contradiction.
about like the conversation, not about like, you know, some specific point about like, say, ANCAP. Like it's moving beyond the substance.
Hmm. Like, I didn't care that you called me a midwit. What I cared is that you left the conversation.
What up, Soul Invictus?
Hi there. It's like I figured
I
the
like
narco-capitalist. That's like the opposite to me.
Yeah. Well,
So this will be fun.
Wow, I never heard that before.
Everyone
Well-
thinks capitalism is the opposite of what they think.
I'm a socialist,
That's beautiful.
so it has to be.
well, we believe very strongly in consent. So,
Yeah, that's sounds like a sovereign citizen thing. I don't consent. I don't consent. Don't break my window.
okay.
Meta talking.
I just subscribe to the idea that the average person doesn't know what they want or need. So sometimes they have to be told.
Sometimes it has to be forced.
I don't think it's right to tell people
Sure.
what they ought do. In the end of the day, as long as
They
you're
don't
not harming
realize that-
anyone, I think you should be
Well-
allowed to do whatever you want.
Ooh, yeah, we're already setting up caveats to consent. I imagine if I was going to, there was a guy who was wielding a knife and threatening to kill people, I'm sure he wouldn't consent to me blowing his head off. So at some point, consent has to
That's
be
why I
withdrawn and
put so
basically
long as you
disregarded.
have not initiated an aggression.
That's the thing. He didn't say he'd do anything aggressive. He just said he would.
That would be an aggression.
That's an
You're
aggressive.
not gonna believe this, buddy. You know threats are actually
Oh my
aggressive.
God. Threats aren't a form of violence. Fun fact.
Yeah, threats of violence actually do count as violence under the law, like
What?
under our theory and current law. I don't know what you're talking about, buddy.
Where?
Under current law and under libertarian law, threats are considered to be violence.
I mean, I heard you, but like, where? Who says this? Where's the citation?
Yeah, it's like
Okay, so all you need to
You
do
want
is
to
look
see
up.
the FBI 's
You could
the
go on
crime stats, they don't list
ChatGPT and look
violent
up like,
threats.
is it illegal to do a violent threat against another person, and then it'll tell you yes, it is illegal to do that.
No,
if I go into a church and I threaten to bomb the place up, right?
It's a terrorist threat. Yeah, you'd go to jail. But
Okay,
they're not
so
going to
then
book you
you're
under
conceding
violent
the
crime.
point then.
No, I'm not. You're just interrupting me as soon as I agree with you. Like, what? I explained that it's a terrorist threat, not a violent, like an act of violence. It could be a violent threat, just like how assault can just be as simple as, you know, touching somebody without your consent. Like, I don't know.
So you're saying, like, if I went up to somebody and said, I'm going to rape you, you would say that that person would just get off scot-free?
It's a threat. No, I said it's a threat. I'm not saying it's not illegal. I'm saying it's not violent.
I actually think you might be right on this one.
No, wait.
Think of it this way. Think of it this way. Go to the FBI crime statistics right fucking now. Look for threats of violence. Who's getting arrested for that under violent crime under that table? Nobody.
Right. Violence is usually physical, so I think that we say that a threat is aggression.
Like if I pummel your head in with a baseball bat, that's violence. If I
let me explain what I mean.
pummel your head in with a baseball bat,
let's
that's a threat.
let's allow Pogfrog to
Let
go.
me explain what I mean, right? Is that necessarily if you're threatening someone, right, you're forcing them to do an action. For example, if I say, if you don't give me your wallet, if you don't give me your wallet, I'm gonna, like, kill you, right? I'm forcing them to do that action, which is a form of violence if I force them to do the action.
What?
Yeah, that's how it works.
So my parents telling me I have to go to bed at 10:30, or they'll spank me. That's a threat of violence? That's actually violent act.
That is actually a threat of violence.
No. It's a threat of violence, yes, but it's not an act of violence.
They're forcing you to go to bed.
Oh my god.
That's how words work, yeah.
No, it has to be violent. I have to be, like, what do you think the word violent means? Please tell me.
Was that my claim? I said they're forcing you to do it.
Okay, so that's not violent. Yeah, it's intimidation. Intimidation is not violent.
They're literally forcing you to do the action. How is that not violent?
Taking away your threatening to take away your bodily autonomy is not. That's not violent.
Well, they literally are violating your bodily autonomy.
Like if I do a citizen's arrest, do you think they're going to consent to that? No. But if they're breaking into my car, you know, I'm going to arrest them. But I didn't beat them up. How is it violent?
How is arrest? Did you just ask how is arresting
Because I removed
violent?
their bodily consent. Do you think they're gonna be like, yeah, sure, put me in handcuffs, whatever, zip tie me, and I'll just sit here? No, they're not consenting to that, obviously. That probably, if I'm gonna steel man that would probably be closer to violence because I at least might have to be violent unless because they won't consent. I don't know.
Yeah, arresting them is violent. You understand that, right?
Of course, it's violent for
Now he's getting condescending, guys. Oh God.
Wait, are you saying
Is
arresting someone is not violent?
Talking to me?
Physical force, violent.
Oh, what? That's so reductive. I never said that.
Right.
Are you saying arresting someone is not violent?
Yeah, look. It literally says it. It says only if.
Well, don't you have to use force in order to arrest somebody?
Or abuse. So me saying I gotta kick your ass is not violence. Sorry.
But don't you need to use force in order to arrest somebody?
Only, like, if I'm whipping out a weapon and I say I'm going to kill you, that's probably closer.
Wait, what's the difference?
Because I'm brandishing a weapon.
Yeah, what's the difference between, like, if they're...
But if I say I'm going to kick your ass, do you think that a court is going to uphold that that's violence? No.
No, if I said I'm going to shoot you or I'm going to kick your ass, what's actually the difference here?
Comprende habla inglés por qué? Por qué?
What retarded? Are you capable of communicating with me?
I'm asking you a very basic question. Clearly in language you understand.
So,
you understand English?
Hello.
When I said brandish a weapon, what do you think that means?
Do you hear me?
Oh my god.
We're not going to do
why
this.
Why does that matter? I'm asking you why that matters.
Have a conversation like a normal person, or we're going to mute.
Maybe you listen to what I say then. I said brandish a weapon. I know that's a big word for you, but that's what I said.
Right, stop doing this bullshit.
Yeah, I know.
Then tell him to stop being condescending.
But what's the difference between doing that and threatening to kick them?
Oh my god.
What's the difference?
my god.
What's the difference? What's the difference? What's the
Yeah.
difference? Oh my god.
What's the differential?
Yeah, answer the question.
Question.
I'm gonna find a citation instead of just explaining this to you verbally over and
Holy
over
shit, you're
because
pathetic.
A citation? What the fuck
yes,
is that
a
have to do with
citation.
it?
A citation.
I'm not asking what the current law says. I'm asking you what's like the actual what's the differential here?
I'm appealing to the law. I've told you that this is what the state considers it. You're not like the FBI.
It's not,
Why
like,
would I
asking
care
about
about that?
We're anarchists.
Well, if you don't care about that, then what's the point?
Why would no one said this?
No
Think
one
we're
said
talking
this.
about what the state is currently saying?
What? Yes, that's what I said.
It's the
I'm not
state
talking about it
determine-
normatively. You're talking about it normatively. I don't care about normative claims.
Is the state the
Yeah,
determiner of what is considered violent or not?
Yes.
Yeah, so was the Holocaust violent?
What?
Yeah, so if the German government just says like this is not violent actually, would the Holocaust not be violent?
What? It would be under an international law. So yes, it would still be violent. Are you serious?
No, I'm just talking about the German law.
Well, the German law is going to be beholden to international law. Like, are you serious?
Let's say
like,
international
the
law
well
didn't
is so
exist.
poisoned at this point. It's probably radioactive and green.
I don't think you're capable
you
of having
okay?
a conversation.
Hey, we could just go back to before international law existed,
Hey, that's
right? We could just,
bullshit.
Yeah, let's go back to
bullshit.
international law. Back when we,
no, we could just
the
go to
wheel
something
was a
else
fantastic
before.
invention.
We
Wait, hold on.
No such thing as a
Oh my god.
Why should I even?
Guys,
Why should I
guys,
even
we're talking
accept?
all at once. We're talking all at once.
Wait, why
Oh,
should
go
I
ahead.
even
I'm trying to find
accept
a
that
citation for
international
this.
law overrides German law? Why should I even accept that?
I'm gonna find a citation for this. They don't get it.
No.
What
Germany
citation
doesn't
could possibly help you here?
I'm gonna get
Why
a
should I
citation.
accept? I'm like asking. Why should I accept what the state is saying? And then he's like giving a citation for what the state is saying. Like that's nothing to do with my question.
Hey, we can just go to some atrocity also, like before there was any sort of international law, and then we ask him, okay, if this state that did this horrible thing, I can't think of an example, right? Some state did some horrible thing before international law, but they say it's not violent. Then the question is like, would it be violent? Obviously, it would be, but he'd have to say, oh no, it's not violent because the state's not saying it's violent. The state decides what is violent and what is not. What is it, 1984? Holy shit.
He needs a citation, guys.
Mm-hmm.
He's gonna
Like,
go.
it's not gonna help him, like, at all. Like, he's wasting his time right now.
He needs a citation to help him.
Yeah, it's like, I'm asking why should I accept what the state is saying, and then the response is citing the state. This is going to be such a wonderful citation.
Holy shit.
I love having these debates with you, guys. Cam and Pog over here.
Very helpful.
Thanks.
You guys are my right hand mans, guys.
Mm-hmm.
True.
You guys are
know,
like my correctors. You know what I'm saying? Because sometimes I say things that are wrong, and then you guys kind of like let me know what's the right thing, and I kind of like that. Not gonna lie, you know.
You gotta read How We Know. Helps.
Mm.
I'm wrong a lot less because I've read it.
You know what? Maybe I should listen to it. What's it called? Why We Know?
How We Know by
How We Know? Okay.
by Harry Binswanger. Just Barry. Oh my god.
I gotta stop looking at TikToks with women in it.
I thought about getting TikTok so I could watch Jinx edits, but
I actually don't really watch
not
much
worth it.
TikTok. I just mainly the people that I watch are like the ANCAP guys that I follow, and then sometimes I'll watch like product videos. Like I see a lot of product videos of like products that are like really cool, and then I find videos like that to be pretty cool. Because I'm like one of those guys that likes to buy like quality of life things, you know? Very much so. Oh, is what's his name back? Soul?
What?
Yeah. So
Okay.
Wait.
So me saying I'm going to kick your ass is not a violent threat. Actually, it wouldn't even consider. It would actually be a violent threat, but it wouldn't be considered an act of violence.
It's a use or risk or user.
Yeah. So if I whip out a gun and put it to your head and say, I'm going to kill you, they'll say that's that's an act of violence. But if I just say, I'm going to kick your ass and that's it. Yeah, exactly. So it's the threat of use. It's like physical force is to injure, damage, or abuse. That's only can be considered violent. They involve a risk of the potential use of force. So if I say, I'm going to kick your ass from Discord, that's not going to be a violent threat. I could threaten you all day with violence, and you know what happened? At worst, I just get banned from the server.
I never said that.
Yes, you did. Then why the fuck did I get this citation then?
Obviously, it's gonna have to be a serious threat of physical force. Me saying I'm gonna kick your ass.
It's not gonna be an act of violence.
Threat of physical force.
Yeah, we can see that you can read, but the problem is that it's not an act of violence inherently.
The generally accepted legal meaning of violence is the use or the risk of the use of physical force, or the risk of use of physical force, or the risk of use of physical force.
You want a gold star? Round of applause. You can read third grade.
Retard.
Wonderful. You retard. Yeah, this is the guy who's basically reading the side chat. Come on, we can read.
Is that what Pog was saying?
What did I walk into?
That's the thing. It's not a threat. It's like it'd be a threat of violence, but it's not a violent act. Like
you want to talk about threat of violence earlier?
That doesn't really matter. Doesn't any of this really matter?
Violence is the use or the risk of use of the physical force of violence.
So hard.
You're retarded. Your source disproves you.
Can we hold on?
His veins are gonna explode if he gets any angry.
Soul, why are you a socialist? Why do you think it's okay to rob people?
Wow, that's the most well poisoning rhetoric ever. It's not robbing. You know what robbing is defined as? Taking something that isn't yours.
Oh, we're gonna look at. Wait, are we gonna like? Oh, you have to get a citation for that. Sorry, can you get a citation for what robbery is?
You want me to explain you the dictionary definition?
Cam, let him go. Let him go. Let him go.
Or the legal.
No, like he needed a citation for the last thing. He needs a citation for this too, right?
This? Okay, we'll get a citation. All right.
Yeah. No, that's your standard. So let's get a citation.
It doesn't matter, guys. It does not matter.
Yeah, he wanted to appeal to the fucking. Oh, look at my source says blah blah blah, and it conforms with what Doggo was saying. I'm pretty sure. And now he's like just bringing up. Oh, here's what robbery is. Like, oh no, you need sources to figure out like the legal language. So.
I just wanted to know why he thinks it's okay to rob people.
Well, he's gonna say it's not. He's just saying it's not robbery.
Can we just like for a second just look in the side chat and look? This is like
put it in the side chat. So it has to be unlawful taking. So
like
if I'm taxing you, it's not unlawful because the state makes the law. Sorry.
Oh yeah, what's the justification for law?
What's the justification for law? Oh my god. If we didn't have a law, you know what would stop me from doing some of the most heinous shit ever? Probably nothing. So we need the law.
What stops the state from doing heinous things?
Laws are also an extension of morality too. So if we don't have laws, then how do we even say someone like Epstein's a bad guy? I mean, morals are subjective. Laws not existing would mean that you can just do whatever the fuck you want.
This is a real special.
It's ridiculous. It's been just absurd. It just means that I could just I don't know, if I saw all of you guys here, I could just take out a gun and say, "You're my slave," or I kill you. And who's going to stop me, right? The state would be the monopoly of violence. They would enforce the law and explain normatively that you guys have human rights and that you guys deserve to not be enslaved or killed.
Yeah, but the state robs us.
I just told you it's not robbery.
It's my
it's not robbery because the state.
It's not robbery.
Oh, so the state says it's okay.
Just because I take something from you and you cry.
No, the government says it's okay.
Okay, so if the state says
literally,
okay, if the state says wait, if the state says it's okay for me to stab you, does that make it okay now?
Yeah, because what?
The state
it'd be a self-defense.
Okay,
yeah.
There's
situations.
Wait.
Before you get excited, there's situations where that's okay. You want me to explain those situations where it's okay?
No, I got another one. If the state says it's okay to rape someone, does that make it okay?
What kind of that's not even a hypothetical in the bounds of reality. Oh my god!
Okay, this guy's retarded. Holy shit!
This logic.
Ask her about Nazi Germany.
What?
Nazi Germany made it legal to throw people into concentration camps and kill them.
Oh my god, it's always the Nazis. Holy shit.
Yeah, they literally murdered people, they killed people, they made it legal to do so. The government made it perfectly fine.
Okay, so what year is it? Could you explain what year it is?
Oh my god, he's so retarded.
1926, right? When was that? 1940.
Wow. So
okay.
That doesn't matter.
So who cares?
It doesn't take away from what the argument that we're making.
Wait, that happened in the past, so it doesn't
matter. If the government made it legal to rape somebody, would it make it okay?
Wait, hold on. I have a question.
You know why that doesn't matter? Because there were international courts and other people that were insisting
If
it
the
wasn't
international
correct.
court said it was okay, would
Oh,
that
the
then make it okay?
international courts too. What if everyone on planet Earth just said rape was okay, right? We're just going to get to that
Would that
point,
make
right?
it okay?
Yeah, what
Would
if?
that make,
That's
let's
a
say
great
they did.
hypothetical.
Yeah,
If they
let's
said-
say they did.
if they
Would
said
that
so-
make it okay?
Then it would be generally accepted as moral for rape at that point. So who would,
rape,
who would say
from
it's
your
wrong?
purview, rape
If everyone
would be
on planet
okay.
Earth thought it was okay, then why would it be immoral? How do you explain that to people?
It's a hypothetical. You don't know what a
It's a
hypothetical,
hypothetical. Exactly, I'm aware.
Okay.
Do you know how you would
I'm
feel if you had
asking
breakfast this
you're
morning?
saying, hold on. The reason why I'm asking you this
Oh, he
hypothetical.
didn't answer, guys. Oof.
Wait, that's ironic
Can
when
I
you're trying to like
can I ask you the
distract from the Nazi.
Wait,
German
Cam, 1 sec. So
Because
the reason
as an
why I threw you
authoritarian, they
the
would
reason
see it
why
about
I gave
Nazis.
you the hypothetical was because you said that it's not theft because the state made a law saying that it's okay for them to steal from you. So my obvious follow-up
Okay.
question is,
How about you
if,
break the
if it's
symmetry
not
here?
if it's not theft when the state says it's okay, then is it not rape when the state says it's okay? Is it not murder when the state says it's okay? So like,
It'd be
is
fine.
that your
Yeah, it'd be fine. So I have a hypothetical.
so rape
for you.
is okay
If you
if the
break
state
this-
says it's okay?
I literally only got to talk for 2 seconds. So if I'd love for you to break the symmetry here. So what about in your anarcho state? You know, when you're an anarchist state or whatever. What if they said
Okay,
rape
so
was
you're
okay?
dodging the question.
If you
Okay,
break
got
this,
you.
break the symmetry, please.
I got you. You're
I already
dodging.
bit the bullet and I told you it's okay. Maybe turn off your hearing
I'm
aids while you
merely
like talk to me,
interrogating your
or let me
claim.
finish before you start interjecting. I already answered it. So I told you break the symmetry, please.
What are you talking about?
Break the symmetry.
Comprende habla inglés por qué?
What symmetry? I don't know what you're talking
Okay.
about.
What symmetry? Do you know what that
Edit.
means?
No.
Not tracking, right? Okay, I'll break it down for you. The Rock will give
Eris
it to the
retardo.
Chinese. So, symmetry
I
is
give it
where
to us in
I
Chinese.
Can you shut up? Parody.
Give it to us in
I'm
Mandarin.
basically creating parody with your argument. So you talk about the state, and somehow everyone on planet Earth thinks rape is okay, and then you're just like crossing your arms, looking smugly at me, and saying, "Yep, got you, Chud." I told you, okay,
Yeah, you
sure.
think rape
At
is
that
fine
point,
so
it would
long
be.
as the state says it's okay.
Hold
Got
on.
you.
Hold on.
No problem.
Calm down. So at this point, I bit the bullet. You understand? You're listening, right? Turn up your hearing aids. I said that that point.
So wait,
hold
you
on.
did
At
build the
that
bullet?
point,
Wow, that's disgusting.
oh my God! Can you shut up? I told you. I bit the bullet,
Disgusting.
and I told you keep your hearing aids turned up. Listen for just 10 seconds. That I bit the bullet, and I told you at that point it would be fine. I also
Wow.
told you to break the symmetry. If your anarchist state said that rape was okay, who would basically disagree? How would you?
It doesn't.
would
We don't
disagree.
believe. We don't subscribe.
I would
We
disagree.
don't
Who's
subscribe.
we?
I
Who's
would
we?
disagree. And caps.
You would disagree?
Of
Okay.
course. Because
Who's
rape
and
is
caps?
wrong.
Oh, okay. So I can't appeal to rape being bad because my political faction says it's bad. But you can do that, you're not breaking the symmetry.
We're not just saying the fact that our side says it's wrong makes it wrong. That's what
Yeah.
you,
Yes,
you
you
are
are.
saying.
They don't
That's
talk
what you're
about
saying.
anarchists.
That's literally
You
what
literally
you're
whipped
saying.
out. You literally talked about anarchists.
No, he said that specifically the group of people
Okay,
known
so
as
then you basically are
anarcho-capitalists
breaking the
think it's
symmetry.
wrong, and it wouldn't be wrong because they think it. It's wrong independently of them thinking it, right? But you don't believe that. You think whether something's wrong is dependent upon what people think.
No, it's down to morality. Morality, laws are an extension of morality.
But did you
So
not
this
say that
ridiculous-
whether or not
this
something is
ridiculous
wrong is
outside of
dependent on
reality-
whether or not the state makes it legal or illegal, correct?
It's about the morals of the state. So if everyone is at that point is fine with it, they're basically making laws regarding it. Then how would I explain to you?
To
Hold on,
you, it
how
would be
I
fine.
explain-
Rape
how
would
do
be
I
fine,
prove-
and it would
Actually,
be a-okay in that
KingSithis,
situation.
I have a question for you. How do I prove rape is bad?
It initiates force against an innocent person.
That's it? An innocent person. How do we
You could
determine
use
innocent?
you could use.
Do you-
yes.
Are you
could use,
familiar with the
argumentation
sociological
ethics?
argumentation ethics? That doesn't prove it because you're not proving it. You're creating an argument. An argument isn't proof. So
You're
do you know,
not-
are you
well,
familiar
you don't
with
even
the
know what argumentation ethics is, do you?
Wait,
Yes, I do. It's stupid. An argument isn't proof. Do you know about the cockroach rape
No,
machine?
you don't know what argumentation ethics
Wait,
is.
you don't-
Yeah, he doesn't know
Like an
either.
argument
I know
can
what
be
argument of ethics. Just because I disagree doesn't mean that you're magically right. If you want to basically talk all this big ball knowledge, then put it in the side chat. I'm the
Yo,
only person who's
Trexamon,
bringing
you know,
citations.
this guy literally said that rape is okay so long
This
as the
guy
state says
said
it
it.
okay.
I said that you can't even prove it's wrong.
Rape is
So-
wrong if the state says
Rape
it's
is wrong.
okay.
Yeah, prove it. Go ahead.
Hearing
Because all you're doing is just like posturing and basically putting ad hominem
Prove
garbage.
to you
That's
that
all
rape
you've
is
been doing.
wrong. Got you. You hear this guy?
Yes, prove it. I'd love for you to.
So
Because
you don't know
morals
why
are
rape is wrong?
subjective.
Got you.
Neither do you, evidently, because you're not posting anything about it. You're just saying
Argumentation
argumentative
ethics.
ethics says it's wrong. Okay, prove it.
Yeah, you don't have a right.
You know what
have a
prove
right
it means? You know what citation is? Am I
Anytime
speaking
that you-
English?
Why would we cite?
Why would we cite our claims
you don't have a-
guide?
you
That's
don't have a right
dumb.
to
We
rape
don't
people
need
is the
proof.
idea, right?
You're wrong.
Okay,
Oh my
gotcha.
god.
Well, simply citing
We
something.
believe, again, we
autism
believe in
speak chat?
argumentation ethics. Again.
Post proof.
Well, I'm not even talking
Citation,
about argumentation.
please. My
I'm saying, like,
god.
you don't have a right.
This is why these people
Why
don't
would-
win elections.
Holy shit.
Yeah, post something, please. My god. I've been
I'm
proving
doing it.
anything
Just
that
give
I've
me
been
a
talking
fucking
about.
second. God damn, bro.
Oh, I get it. So when I want to pull up a citation, everyone wants to scream at me, but I can't scream at you. Oh, okay.
Well, I was
thought you
nobody.
liked
Nobody
consent.
asked you for a citation.
What happened to the consent, guy?
Nobody
What
asked
happened
you
to
for a
consent?
citation, whereas
I
you're
did.
asking me for one.
Honestly, I did ask him for a citation because he that's his standard.
I
so
didn't
just
ask
wanted
him
to
for a
see if it was-
citation.
I asked him.
Okay,
Like, I wanted to
all
see if
four of
he
you guys
avoided
were
his
on the same exact side arguing, so yes, there was someone that did ask me for a citation.
Alright,
Alright, I'll take
I don't know why you
responsibility
act
for that.
so disagreeable and
Alright,
like
I'll take
resistive.
responsibility for that, but like, that's because your standard for like truth seems to be like citation.
I told you, what I'm appealing to is the law, because I can't appeal to morality. Like I said, I can't prove to you rape
Yeah,
is
but you
wrong.
think the law
All I
is just
can,
arbitrary?
all I can look at is utilitarian ethics, maybe, what is it, suffering ethics. I mean, but at that point, it's just like, I can't, like, if there was a rapist, a professional rapist
Basically,
in
you're
this
saying
chat,
that like
how
you
would I
haven't explored.
how would I explain to them that
you
they're
haven't
wrong?
explored other options and like you're just like completely lost?
It must be the state.
Like, you know what?
The state is
What
the
other
only way
options?
to
What
determine.
other options? Please tell
All
me.
right, all right. Let me walk you
Hold
through.
on, I'm
right?
going.
Okay, so
I'm gonna put the thing in
Or you
the
can give me religion.
argumentations
Oh,
article,
God.
argumentation
We're not gonna give
ethics
you- we're
article
not-
in the side chat.
we're not religious, okay?
Yeah,
I
we're
if
not
you're gonna put something
religious.
about argumentation ethics, that's like different from what I was gonna bring up.
Okay.
I don't know, like if we should talk about
Argument
argumentation
market
ethics or.
wins. This isn't explaining why rape is wrong.
Is rape would be considered an aggression?
Not always. You know what gray area consent is?
That's how we define aggression.
So if
Aggression
I
would be an initiation of force.
So if I get a woman drunk, just blackout drunk, and I sleep with her, that would be rape.
Yeah, she can't consent.
But there's no
She
aggression.
can't consent to that.
If she
Yes, she
can't,
That is aggression. Hold on, hold
that
on, hold
would
on.
be an
Or if I
aggression.
beat up a woman to the point where she has like brain damage and I fuck her, that's also like violating like consent. But it's not violent because they willingly did it. So
Again,
it's not
I'm
rape.
not, I didn't use the word violent. I
Also-
said the word aggression. Aggression is
Aggra-
initiation
How
of
can
force.
you have
Is that
unaggressive
Silver
violence?
Pine Forest?
No, this is what you call
Yeah,
it.
fraud.
ambush.
Come on, guy.
Unaggressive violence.
Unaggressive violence. Yes. Am I just casually?
Oh yeah, like self-defense is not aggressive, but it's violent.
Yes, it is.
You retard, you don't understand what we mean by. Okay, let me walk you through what we mean by aggression. When we say aggression, we mean the initiation of conflict, where conflict is just understood as some sort of situation where people are trying to realize incompatible, they're trying to perform incompatible actions regarding some scarce resource. So like if two people are trying to implement the same scarce resource as a means to an end, but their uses of it or their implementations of it are mutually exclusive, right? They exclude each other. Then they can't both go through with the action. Like if I wanna drive a car west and you wanna drive it east, we can't both do that at the same time.
I sent
So
you
we say
a message,
anytime-
Soul,
I'm
about
looking at the definition of it normatively, and it's talking about how aggression is regarding someone. An aggressive act would be on someone that's an unwilling party.
Again, we're
for
not
violence.
using the
So,
normative definition. If you look at my
this is
what
the
I sent
sociology
you,
definition, but
again,
whatever.
we're not giving the sociological.
We're not using the
definition.
sociology.
We're
What,
not.
what
We're
aggression?
going by the
What are you appealing
Hello,
to then?
can you shut up for a fucking second? We're using the libertarian definition for a lot of these words, so how we are using it is a little bit different. I sent you something in your messages that could very easily explain our justification for the non-aggression principle.
Yo, what is this guy sending? This is not what
That's the sociology definition. That's the only definition.
Blood,
I'm
we're talking about the libertarian definition of
It's
aggression.
defined as the initiation of conflicts. Is that it?
Yeah,
Yeah.
conflict
I
over
was just
and a
explaining to you
conflict
what,
is contradictory
you are-
actions.
Let's say that about contradictory.
So I sent you the
but it is-
justification for the non-aggression principle. And here and if you don't know the word for a certain thing, it'll be in blue. You could click on it, and it'll give you the definition for each word.
I mean, yeah, that's what I clicked on.
It's in your messages. I DM'd it to you.
Yeah, I have it pulled up. Let's see. Conflicts are contradictory actions?
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't make any sense.
Contradictory actions, another way of saying that is like, let's say I have a watch and I want to use that watch and you want to use it at the same time, but we both can't use it at the same time and walk away from each other, right? So that's contradictory actions, right? That would be an example of a contradictory action. Like, both of us can't use the watch, only one of us can use the watch.
Well, then where does the aggression come in? Where it's an enforcement of will.
An aggression under the libertarian ethic is the initiation of a conflict. So it's basically I'm coming up to you and I'm trying to like steal your watch or stab you or do something that you don't want to you. That would be an initiation of a conflict over scarce means. So in here is the justification of the non-aggression principle. And it'll basically in this wiki thing, it'll basically give you all the definitions and how we're using it, the libertarian definitions of the words that we're using. And the reason why we use it this way is because we feel like it's much better and much more true to reality.
Who becomes a mediator for any sort of conflict?
Conflict? A court.
Yeah, who becomes a mediator for this?
Well, we believe in courts. We believe in courts. We just don't believe in a state. A state is a criminal organization.
Wait, what is that like? How is that relevant to like what are the NAPs justified? Also,
well, because it's talking about.
We're not talking about like adjudication, arbitration, any of that stuff, right?
Well, I just said, well, okay, when we talked about the watch example, say it's my watch, but he wants my watch, and I don't want him to take it, but he insists that it's his.
Under the libertarian ethic, you would be in the right because it's your watch. So he would be initiating a conflict against you and your watch, and he would be in the wrong.
Yeah, but we'd have to prove it's mine.
No. I mean, regardless of whether you could put the prove or not prove aside, regardless of whether or not you could prove it or not prove it, that is your watch, right? So if it is your watch, then you're in the right. That from the libertarian perspective. Now, how you prove it is a different story. Maybe you should like show a receipt or something. I don't know. You do it the same way you do in real life courts.
Oh my gosh! Then who would even enforce the law? It's like
private companies.
Rulings.
Private companies.
Oh. No. I don't want McDonald's to tell me, well, that's your watch, buddy.
Well, they don't do it with your watch, but they do it with your burger.
Yeah, but that's because the state explains how I don't know how what is it? Not contracts. What's it called? Well, I guess it would be, but it's purchases or whatever would be set up legally. Like I give them my money with the understanding that.
Yeah, but you don't need the state to do that.
I feel like I would, because I feel like if I just gave McDonald's $5 and they're like, yeah, thanks for the money, dummy. It's like,
if they did that, then they would lose customers and then they would lose money. So it isn't just the state that incentivizes them to not steal. I mean, yes, there is an element of the state that does, I'll give you that. Yeah, it is the state that does kind of incentivize them not to steal. Yeah, I'll give you that. But it isn't the only reason. There's reasons outside of the state that are, fundamentally private companies. Generally, the reason why they don't steal from each other is because if one of them does that, then that's they will tell other businesses, and then other businesses won't want to do business with them, and then you kind of shit out of luck. That's why, crooks generally don't last long because eventually they get caught if they keep doing it over and over.
You mean how they prosecuted the people who caused the GFC or the Enron incident or any of the multitude of instances of corporations stealing from people? Is that what you mean?
I'm not saying it's true across the board. Obviously, there are.
So it's not true at all. Corporations steal at large.
No, I'm not saying it's not true I'm not saying it's 100% of the time. Companies don't steal. There are companies that do steal, yes, but I'm just saying there are things out. Whatever. You didn't listen to what I even said. There are things outside of the state that incentivizes people not to steal. That's my only claim.
You were talking about self-regulation, yeah.
It isn't always it's not always like, oh, government said bad, so therefore I'm not going to do it. I don't think it's that simple.
Well, it's not. Well, exactly. Yeah. See, but what's more ridiculous is you being all like, "Oh, people won't do bad just because people won't deal with them otherwise."
Yeah, I mean,
I never said
there's all kinds of problems with this model.
That's literally what you said.
I think probably the worst part is the fact that like I could coerce you to do something that's against your will, and you'll consent to it. Like we could just start like putting cocaine back in the Coca-Cola. People would love that. I mean, it would sell like hotcakes. But do you think getting everyone to be cokeheads is good for society or good for the person? No, but they don't.
Why do you think that if people were permitted to do that, everyone becomes a cokehead? Alcohol's legal. Alcohol's legal. Not everyone's an alcoholic.
That's true.
Just because you have a drug is not criminalized does not mean that people just become addicted to it.
Actually,
obviously
was banned at some point.
Yeah, but it caused a lot of issues. Yeah, it caused a lot of issues, man.
But it still
it's not
does
good
them now. But I think the only reason it's legal is just because the pros outweigh the cons. Like they get tons of money like all the time that they tax. That's the one thing I could think
The pros, that's true of drugs too. Drugs, they could be dangerous sometimes, but making it illegal, that makes it so that it restricts the supply, that increases the cost of bringing the drug in, that then increases the prices that are being sold to people who sell it.
Which
that incentivizes
a lucrative black market.
Yeah, you create a lucrative. Yeah, exactly. You create a lucrative black market. You incentivize people to sell more drugs, and then you end up locking people up who are innocent, who honestly aren't really trying to hurt anyone. They're just trying to do their drugs.
Exactly.
You incentivize.
They're trying to build a prison.
Yeah, exactly. There you go. Exactly. There you go. There's a lot of issues that come. In fact, I'm actually making. It's kind of funny that we're talking about this because I'm actually working on a YouTube video that's quite long about why we should legalize drugs.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. All drugs. Yeah.
Dude,
oh my god.
Okay. I never meet anyone with this one. Interesting.
No. Yeah. It's gonna be like almost 40 minutes long. It's pretty like, it's taken me a while, but I'm gonna get it out. It's done.
That sounds like it only.
Dude, I wish you the best. I hope that you can actualize that idea in a way that people will pick up what you're putting down. You know what I mean? Because I believe
that sounds like it only work if everyone knew the risks.
Well, there's always risks to anything, right? But
but the problem is that like the risks aren't known to some people. Like, do you know how much like fentanyl is like lethal?
So.
Well, I would argue that the main reason. Well, actually, if I don't mind, I could jump. Let me jump in. I got just one really good point. I would argue the main reason why people are using fentanyl right now is because the reason why fentanyl is extremely popular right now is because you could smuggle a very small amount while getting a large amount of people high, right? It's extremely what we call potent, right? So, but if it's and the reason why they do that is because it's illegal. They're incentivized to bring in super potent drugs.
I'm telling you, I know people who.
Do you think that if I quizzed everybody on the street, the average person, do you think
they would not be doing
they'd know the exact amount that's lethal?
Well, if you go to a store, if they're being sold at a store, they can have the amount of the drug that's in. They'll have the dosage amount, and then you can make a decision based on the dosage amount.
Well, I mean, yeah, but even if it's just like a tenth of the lethal amount.
All right, you guys can't be talking at once.
Yeah, you guys are kind of talking at once.
Sorry, it's my bad.
Okay, but even if it's just like a tenth of the lethal amount, I mean, say I just want to get absolutely blasted and buy 10 boxes and then just smoke myself silly.
Yeah, it's your problem.
It would be my problem, but if a bunch of people do that, then it'd be the state's problem because now we're running out of money to tax people, and also it looks terrible as an epidemic. Then also
ideally there's no
real world drug use, though, bro. Again, this is anecdotal, but this isn't how generally.
Like Oregon tried this, it failed.
Yeah, but they did a whole host of other bad things too.
They didn't decriminalize the drug industry.
Yeah.
Well, they made it to where like
they didn't do what we want.
With no social constructs other than harm reduction facilities. Zero social constructs.
Yeah.
They let you just smoke yourself silly, and everyone just started fent posing.
Well, here's the issue: when you make drugs legal, but you don't allow people to sell drugs, which is kind of what they did, the black market is still there, and people are still using drugs. So it doesn't really solve the issue. because the black market's still there. If there was no black market, you wouldn't really see all the same issues.
Well, it's not a zero-sum game, though. Whenever you make like something illegal, you're making it illegal with the intent that it reduces the amount of people that do it. Zero would be great, but zero is not realistic. If we ban like, I don't know, like Funko Pops, there'll be people who still buy them and sell them. It's just that since it's illegal, it'll disincentivize most people from doing it.
And then you make a black market that like creates like a
but how many people would be
of like violence?
The black market though would be so small though that it really wouldn't even be a big deal.
But that's for
not
drugs,
necessarily
it's
true.
massive.
It is a fair question that Sol is proposing. That is like a. How do you put this? You can't technically disprove what he's saying. We can't say that there would be more or less drug users if all drugs were legal. We can't.
I mean, we can say that with some.
All research shows that he is wrong, but we still can't boldface.
So we
say
can
that would be true.
we can say
Portugal,
that, right, with some degree of certainty.
I know about the Portugal stuff, but you can also counter with the Oregon stuff.
These aren't the same things. I understand what you're saying. You are giving valid, failed examples of drug decriminalization. They are granted. 100% agree with you to death, bro.
Well, I'm saying Portugal agrees with you. Like, it's saying that, like...
But it's not the same thing, bro. I'm hoping what he is proposing is more like what I envision.
Well, one thing is...
society looks like.
If I can make a point real quick, even with marijuana, a drug that doesn't kill people, there are people who get into gang violence over the sale and consumption of marijuana, right? And we're intentionally killing people by making it illegal when marijuana doesn't kill anyone. By itself, it wouldn't kill anyone, but there are people dying because they need to sell it. And, you know, there are people who are trying to smuggle it across the border, right? And they die doing so. Selling,
if you could have that,
you know,
if you could have that conversation with someone, they'd already know it, right? I get what you're saying, but like this person knows that already. They've seen it old enough to happen in front of their very eyes, using something as simple as marijuana to disenfranchise their fellow working class citizen, and still see it as a drug that you get to use or not, according to the government. You know what I mean? I get what you're doing there, but like that's like, you know. In the past, right? You could never. Does that make sense? You could never get anyone to self-actualize on something like cannabis laws if they haven't already, right?
I know it's not hard, but I'm still gonna advocate for it.
Sure. I just
because I support it.
To go to full legalization of all drugs from a point where they're still okay with that.
I mean, it's an uphill battle, but somebody's got to push for it.
Well, I would say stop calling them stores. Never, ever again interpret them to anyone again as stores.
A drugstore?
You can have a drugstore.
I would take that rhetoric out completely.
Wow.
To be honest.
I think most people understand what I mean when I say that.
Most people are fucking morons, bro. Like, we're talking about something like drug legalization. You have to kind of position this argument as everyone's a practical infant in front of you, literally, because this is how emotional people get with things like drugs. You could never...
I guess, but then like,
yeah, because these laws only work on an informed public. Like I was trying to get at earlier, do you think that I could walk up to any stranger on the street and be like,
"That's a
do you know the
Thomas
lethal
Sowell
amount
quote.
of fentanyl?"
That's not the point, though. They wouldn't be doing the fentanyl if they could get clean heroin, bro.
Well, I'm saying too is just that like
that's a very good
with drugs,
argument.
There is risks, and I don't know how people like they can gauge the risks if they don't know how quickly it is to get the lethal
this
amount.
like goes for anything, yeah.
It does. But do you think that like
this goes for anything?
I know.
You can say the exact same thing about cars, about
you could.
About water
that's why I need to get a license to get a car.
Personal responsibility, so you don't believe.
But I'm talking about
why should I have to get a license to drive a car? That's bullshit.
Well, otherwise, no one's gonna know that red means stop and green means go.
Oh my god,
bro! Driver's license only proves that you could you're able to drive a fucking lazy government worker around the block. That's all it proves.
The problem is that in the United States, when there were only 2 cars in existence, those 2 people managed to go from across the United States and still crash into each other. So we need.
You know what? When they first made cars, they didn't have driver's license.
They didn't. You're right. And
they were
was
fine.
kind of a vibe, you know.
Just because the
there's also
government's
only
not.
2 of them.
Oh.
But we need driver's licenses.
I don't think
Just
so.
because the government's not like
The
enforcing
government
something
shouldn't tell
doesn't
me
mean-
whether or not I should be allowed to drive my car. It's my car.
Yep. Do you not understand why there is like car insurance and shit like that?
Oh my God.
I'm not against car insurance.
I'm not against it either. I
But
just think
you're
that the
against,
state shouldn't
like, having a
force
driver's
you to have
license.
it.
Yeah, why should the government force me to get a?
Because it's
driver's
accountability.
license?
If you get into an accident, then if you don't have a driver's license, then who's to say like
You don't need to have.
You don't
need to have driver's license.
If you're like a
have
dentist,
accountability.
Like, would you prefer
problem
getting
is
like your
that
teeth fucking?
Oh my God.
I don't
right
believe
now
in
from
any
someone who has a
licenses. Fuck
credentials
licenses.
For being a dentist, or someone just who walked through the fucking doors and said, "Hey, I'm your dentist today. You ready for that root canal, bro?"
Oh my God.
Well,
what if I'm okay with
I've
it?
talked with this.
What if I'm okay with it?
I've talked with this guy. He's like actually incompetent. Like I'm sorry. Like I went in circles with him about how the government doesn't need to provide roads one time, and he just didn't get it.
Wait, but
So,
wait.
I don't know
What
if
if
this-
I'm okay with the dentist without the license?
Well, they're not a dentist.
Then go to Mexico.
Who's to
and
say
have
that?
a-
What do you mean?
now
Yes,
you're
they
free.
are.
But-
If they could do dental
That-
work, they're a dentist.
Yeah, I mean, you could do that. I mean, that's what those veneer techs on TikTok were doing. You
Yeah.
just go to some guy's
Why should I
fucking
need
apartment
to?
in the Bronx.
Why should I need to
and
get a
veneers.
license?
Hey, it's fucking flawless. What's up, dude?
So
Sorry
it's
for
like,
getting interrupted.
there were people that do that, and you can do that. It's just that you have to assume the risk that there's literally no legal recourse for you at all. So that's the only thing, the license, in that context of guarantee, is that if I have a dentist who's licensed, and he decides to like, yeah, I'm gonna fuck your shit up, fam, I can sue him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
you could
that's
still
it.
wait. You could still sue him if you don't have a license.
What?
Yeah,
how do you
you're
know
right.
who
Actually,
they
I probably
are?
could.
I mean,
but I feel like
licenses, all licenses
That's
do.
disingenuous, King.
All licenses
licenses
do.
are
Hold
for
on, hold on.
insurance.
Last point.
You ain't
all
suing-
licenses
you ain't
do
suing
is
anyone that ain't
restrict.
licensed.
Listen, all licenses do is restrict innocent people from getting services from people that the government doesn't give a thumbs up to.
You're driving on the highway and you
bad,
get pulled
bro.
over by
We
a
get
cop
it.
and ask, what is the first thing they
Bureaucratic's
ask you for?
I have great
Yeah.
credit. I don't know what you're talking about.
What is the
I
first
think-
thing a cop asks you for if you like?
Mine's at
caught
almost like
speeding on the
800. I don't know
highway?
what you're talking about.
The crazy
Asking
thing about
for
the
your driver's
license and
license.
stuff is for doctors, it probably is a scam. Like, they issue them in like a lottery. It's like what the fuck?
Why the
So
fuck?
there's only,
Like,
what,
why
20,000
are we
doctors
even
that
restricting
get added
the
a
amount
year?
of doctors that are allowed to be doctors? That's stupid. Like, if you want to be a doctor,
No, I hate that.
yeah, that's
Like,
stupid.
You gotta go
what's the
through
point?
fucking training.
Now we have to
and fucking
pay all
years
this
of
money
fucking
for
college
doctors.
work
No.
and fucking, like,
No,
you gotta go
flawless.
through,
They're
like,
already
fucking
trained. They
school.
already have the degree. The problem is that after they have the degree, they have to wait to get the license. But the
Yeah.
licensing is literally arbitrary in just letting them get their license. So, like, I could be a doctor. I have all the credits, dotted my I's, crossed my T's. I even got the lab coat. But I have to wait, like, a few years to get a license because, I don't know, they're scared that there'll be too many? I don't know.
No, they actually restrict the amount. I'm pretty sure it's like 100,000 doctors per year, and they also make it illegal for people from other countries who know how to do, that work from doing it too.
Yeah, and it heavily disincentivizes people from getting into, like, already, like, I don't know, big hospitals, because, you got this. You want to pay your debt off because you've had it for 4 or 5 years and probably could barely put a dent in the debt. So you're like, well, fuck, this big, giant, super duper corrupt hospital wants to sign me up. Well, I unfortunately have to take it. They couldn't go to one that, is one of those ones. I think it was like a surgery place in, like, Oklahoma. But they take down your bill a lot if you're just paying cash. But, who's going to be a doctor to sign up for that?
That sounds super illegal.
No, it's not illegal. They're like, you can pay in cash and you can lower the amount. It's just the fact that, like, it doesn't work.
Your medical bills against it.
Yeah,
Also,
it makes
if
your
you
medical
restrict
bills
the amount of
lower.
people that are allowed to be doctors, then you have less doctors, and when you have less doctors, those few doctors aren't able to get as many patients as there would be if there was more, thus making them more expensive, thus increasing the cost of healthcare.
Bureaucratic
nobody-
logistics makes
nobody's
things
It gets to the
easy.
point where-
Everyone agrees with that, right?
Nobody's like mitigating the
Flawless
amount of
been-
like people
Flawless
who
been
go to
making
like fucking like med school to get their like medical degrees.
Yeah, but we do mitigate the amount of people who are allowed to become doctors.
Yeah, it's the licensing they mitigate.
How? By doing what?
So when you apply, there's a medical board you have to apply to, and when you apply to that board, they say, "Cool, great. We'll get back with you in a few years to give you your license." You already have your diploma, so you're as like as qualified as it gets to be a doctor, but after you talk to this like appeal board to get your license, they'll just give you the runaround for years, and that's just ridiculous.
Is it not possible that maybe they're denying it because you're not qualified?
No, they're not denying it. They're not denying it. They're literally like, you only put it in once.
Why should I have to ask the government to be a doctor?
Because you're a doctor, man. You're like responsible for other people's fucking.
But what if I'm okay with the doctor that doesn't have a license? What if I'm like, I'm okay with him treating me?
Then
if you get sepsis from having some shitty fucking plastic surgery.
Yeah, but if you believe in licenses, then you're basically saying I'm not allowed to make that choice. You're saying I shouldn't be allowed to make that choice.
No, but you could be a shitty licensed
doctor. I'm not gonna. Yeah,
but if you don't, but you can't be an unlicensed doctor.
Yeah, I just wish there was a different way to prove competency. Like, if I have the diploma and maybe my doctor's worked for XYZ years, I really wouldn't care if he had a license.
Grading systems.
Country, I guess.
Yeah.
Markets. I mean, dude, there's countries that don't even have like all the strict stuff, and people literally fly there because they're cheaper. And then you can get your there are people that go to Turkey to get their hair implants done.
There are people who get like cancer treatment in Mexico. Like, do you really think those like hillbillies down there like know what they're doing? They probably do, but they at least know their worth. I'm sure they do. Some of them do.
But yeah, there's a higher risk, right? Of course, I'll admit that.
Yeah.
But
there's a higher risk. But that's it. I mean,
people wouldn't be going there if they didn't know at least somewhat what they were doing. If they didn't know what they were doing, people wouldn't be going there. Like hundreds of people go to Turkey every single year to get their hair implants done. People don't go there if they didn't know what they were doing.
Yeah, it's cheaper.
Well, it's cheaper. Yes, it is cheaper. But they do know what they're doing. There's doctors that are there that provide it cheap, and they know what they're doing.
Wallace, think of it this way. Think of it this way. Think about it as a game. You either like if you're dying of some debilitating disease, your choices are don't get it because it's prohibitively expensive, and die, or risk dying going to Mexico to get it cheaper and potentially saving your life.
I mean, I'm taking the risk.
Cost benefit
analysis. Are equally as competent and like probably also
if they're
licensed
competent,
the same.
Yeah, so you're either risking dying, but also risking getting cured, or just dying.
Yeah, but I'm not saying that.
I'd rather roll the dice.
But the licenses restrictions are much less in Mexico than they are in the United States. So that's why we're comparing them to each other.
Well, I think we're making. And again, I just jumped in, so here's my confusion is: if one side is like people that are certified to do brain surgery, heart surgery, transplants is one kind of doctor, or those that can like put hair on my head or give me a boob job are a different kind of doctor, then I go, I don't know how we're talking about the same doctor as the word and how they're allowed to be and where it's cheaper than, because I go, I really give a fuck when it's like, I'm going to give a heart transplant doctor version, I'm getting a hair plant doctor. I go, those don't seem like the same word of doctor to me.
Well, obviously, we're kind of lumping them together for just to have a more simpler conversation. But
if there's only 146,000 allowed per year in America, which again I looked up, you're pretty close. I go, shouldn't we be valuing certain kinds of doctors over others? And are we?
Or maybe we just don't restrict any at all. How about that?
Or maybe it should be, the point of it being so difficult to be a heart surgeon is because you need to be really fucking good at your job to be.
But what if I'm okay with a not so good heart surgeon?
There's also no difficulty. You're just waiting. That's not difficult. Why are you a heart
surgeon if you're the worst heart surgeon?
What if I'm okay with that heart surgeon though?
Well, more also,
it's
like
on you, bro. Like, good luck.
It should be on me, but the government doesn't let it be on me.
No, you could be a shitty licensed heart surgeon, so it doesn't guarantee it.
You could sue a non-licensed guy.
Yeah, you can. But here's the thing, Howdy. Do you think that a guy that's, it's like his first day on the job, he just got his license, is that, like, do you really think that guy is going to be really, really good at his job?
He may be
cheaper.
cheaper.
I mean, like,
but allowing people to have cheaper options is a good thing, right? Even if it may be more risky.
So, like, you're talking about going to, like, Temu for a heart surgeon versus, like...
What if I'm okay with that?
I don't know.
What if I'm okay with... What if Timo has cheap-ass heart surgeons and I'm broke and I don't... What if... It's better than being dead. I'd rather take the risk than being dead.
Then get rid of, like, government licensure. Get rid of government licensure, then.
It's better than being dead.
die and take your fucking kidneys.
I'm gonna die anyways. If I have a heart surgery situation, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm gonna fucking die, and I'm close to dying, and there's a guy that got the money that he's able to do it. You know, fuck it.
Brother.
Hold on. It's like how we have like dollar stores, right? Like those are lower quality products, but they're also cheaper. It's like, why can't we just have the same but for like healthcare?
Yeah, exactly.
It's the same idea.
Buy your phone that you use every
Like there's
day
no
at the
there's
store,
no
you
problem.
get,
Like, why is it bad to buy a cheap Android as opposed to like the most
use
expensive
every day,
Android?
that's being terrible.
Nothing. But if you want like a phone that will last you for a while and like you'll take care of it and it'll take care of you.
Yeah, but what if I'm okay with a cheaper
you'll
phone?
invest in? Then that is your choice.
Exactly. Exactly. That's my point.
You can't battery phone just blows up in your
if we were able to buy like from cheaper lithium-ion, dude, we'd have like probably like a 50% like superior phone, like from a battery iPhone, you know. I mean, think about it, like.
Wait, what?
If we were to buy
arguing for.
What?
No, I'm saying I don't believe in regulations. I don't believe in regulations, and I don't believe in licenses.
Yeah,
so deregulate everything. Let's deregulate everything.
Tariffs too. And guess what? If we were able to buy like 50% cheaper from lithium mines, our iPhones would probably would literally be like 25% cheaper than they are now, which is a huge.
Sure, yeah. Let's deregulate everything. So like when I have my car battery die, I'm just gonna dump it in your local fucking lake.
Well, what if I'm okay with buying a cheaper battery?
Your batteries would be better. Your batteries would be better.
But everyone's gonna dump their car batteries into your fucking drinking water.
Why would that
happen? That's a property rights violation.
There's no regulation.
That's a property rights violation. Wait, we still believe in. Wait, just because we're against regulation doesn't mean we don't believe in property rights. Like, obviously, I wouldn't have the right to dump my shit into your pond. What we're saying is that if I want to be a doctor, like, I shouldn't have to ask the government's permission to do so. Like, I should just be allowed to do so.
Exactly, dude.
Go be a doctor.
You should be.
No, but I have to ask the government's permission. I have to go.
Yeah, you do.
He should be able to recite his own citations for being a doctor.
KingSithis.
Yes.
Instead of the government.
The extraordinaire.
Yeah.
What's your
basically restricting him?
What's your profession? Like what kind of doctor?
Wait, guys, wait, you guys are talking at the same time.
Holy shit. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, you guys are fine. It's just one at a time, please.
While you stop talking, if someone else is talking.
Yeah. Whoever wants to go can go. Howdy, go ahead.
What kind of doctor do you want to be?
I was just kidding. I'm not. I don't actually want to be a doctor. I was just using it as an example.
So then, why is this topic so important to you?
Because I don't. Because I'm an anarchist.
It's about regulation.
I'm an anarcho-capitalist.
Yeah.
Read the room, bro. Read the room, bro. Literally read the room.
You basically have.
The black and yellow
doesn't have.
I'm an idiot. All right. Moving on.
We're not talking about we're not even talking about the details of the medical industry or healthcare. We're literally talking about the legal question.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just it's more of an ethical argument than.
And guess what, dude? Okay. These tariffs, they're basically making everything 50% more expensive than if we were to be able to produce the original items, right?
True.
Okay, who's making more?
They're making everything more expensive than it actually is.
So what he's trying to say basically is when you put regulations on businesses or when you put licenses or you restrict the amount of people who are allowed to be doctors, you make it more expensive than it would be otherwise because you now have less doctors. When you have less doctors, there's less people to do doctor work. There's less people to do doctor work. The ones that are remaining have to charge more because there's more patients.
Why do people buy sports cars versus a fucking Toyota?
Because there's not as many around to go around.
No, because there's more demand for quality.
Well, yes, quality. Yes, quality has to do too. But I'm just talking in general.
So you want to go to Costco and get your fucking amputated, or would you rather go to an actual fucking professional to actually make surgery?
What if I'm okay with that? What if I'm okay with going to Costco to get my leg amputated?
Well, that's fucking weird to me. So, but have at it, sir.
Okay, but the government won't let me.
I hope you get a free hot dog.
Do you agree with us or not?
So yeah,
do you agree with? Like, I don't fucking know what you're, because you seem to agree that, like, that's, like, your choice. It's up to you, like, whether you get the lower quality service. So, like,
I don't really know what like y'all's argument even.
We're just
is.
against licensure.
We're against licenses.
Like, when we're talking,
We don't
why
believe in
though?
licenses.
Like, does it hurt? Like, what the fuck? It doesn't hurt any of you.
yes, it does
like,
hurt. Because it's
How?
restricting the market. It's restricting competition.
For whose competition?
Oh my god, are you, like, retarded?
Alright, boys.
Are you? Oh my goodness.
We're talking, like, the economy. This guy can't, like, follow it all. Holy shit. We're talking about the economy. We're talking about, like, the medical industry, right? If you have licenses, you're necessarily going to, like, lower or restrict the supply of labor because you're making it harder to become, say, a doctor or a nurse or whatever else.
So do you want just
and competition breeds, like,
every motherfucker to be a doctor
alright.
or call
So
themselves
the
one?
licenses. No licenses yet.
No, dude.
Yeah, fuck licenses.
Why are some of the reasons that these benchmarks? I'm not saying I disagree or agree. In fact, I actually agree with you guys. But why are some of these reasons that these benchmarks exist outside of stifling competition?
Well, because people are afraid that if they don't have them, that more people are going to get hurt.
Why are they afraid?
Well, because if they don't have, like, if you don't, people have this impression that if you don't restrict, like, lower quality, like if you have lower quality doctors, you increase the likelihood of people getting hurt. So therefore, when you get rid of them, you lower the amount of people less likely to have people getting hurt from their opinion. But to me, it isn't about the amount percentage of people getting hurt or not hurt. It's about whether or not people should have the right to choose a doctor that is licensed or not licensed.
Exactly.
You feel like at the end of the day,
You do understand also that in these Nordic countries, they literally like have less restrictions between licensors, right? So they have more. That's why that's why they can afford their free healthcare system, is because they have a lower
That's not true at all.
threshold.
That is not true at all.
I live in one of
It's
those countries. That
so
is
much
not
harder to get
true
a
at all.
driver's license there.
I know, but guess what? It's so much easier to gain a doctor's license there. So that's a thing.
Yeah, if you
Right?
have a larger amount of
I
doctors
don't
in
know
your
about that.
country, or it makes it easier to become a doctor, then yeah, your healthcare is going to be cheaper than another country. Yeah, absolutely.
Exactly, and that's why these Nordic countries succeed in the first place. That's why their healthcare systems work in the first place.
They do have a
It's
lot of
because
high
they have-
taxes, like, I'll give you that. But in terms of regulation, they have
Hang on,
much
guys,
freer regulation than the United States.
The greatest medical
Exactly.
accomplishments. No. The greatest medical accomplishments that happened since any of us have been alive have been mostly in America. It has, even if it is inherently broken on a structural level, the greatest healthcare system in the world. There is no better place in the world to get a majority of surgeries and a majority of
Yeah, in terms of cancer research, yeah, but that's also because
there's
we have
no
lower-
correlation there between. Again, I don't
No.
agree or disagree. There's no correlation there.
Actually, if you believe it or not, the
I agree
United
with
States
that,
actually
Tim.
spends more money than all of these other countries on healthcare for the poor, and we actually have
And also,
more.
guess what? We have
and our healthcare
we
is more
have lower
expensive.
taxes in terms of cancer research, right? We have lower regulations in terms of like I think it's like vision research and stuff like that.
So let's
And
just say
also-
this hypothetical where there's no regulations. I can now say, I am a doctor, therefore I am.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
So there's no
Yeah, but where are
oversight.
your,
There's no
citations,
regulatory oversight in how I conduct myself as a doctor. So I can
Yeah,
now
but the-
therefore meet patients one-on-one and call myself a doctor, and you can call free agency and actualization and their own
That's
critical
based.
thinking skills. Their fault, right? But like you want to live in a world where it's just like your sister, your brother.
But what if I'm okay with it?
Could go to some country.
Yeah, but guess
Well,
what?
that's
You
what I'm
still
saying. It's
have
fine
to-
to be okay with it. I'm just trying to understand that.
Yes,
where it's
yes.
like,
People
you
should be
can
allowed
understand the
to
room-
choose
the room
whatever
for
doctor they
abuse.
want. People should be allowed to choose whatever doctor they want, even if it might be a stupid decision. Yes, 100%.
Well, they
Yeah,
can.
exactly.
They can.
And guess what?
No, they
can do that
can't.
And
now.
guess
do you
what?
mean?
You
Not if they're not
No.
licensed.
One of the most famous people in the world died because they did not listen to modern
So
medical
what?
science and
So
decided
what?
instead
People
to
should be
listen
allowed to take
quote-unquote
risks.
doctors.
People should be
I'm not
allowed to
saying
take
so, I'm
risks.
saying this happens currently. Yes. that's
Okay,
what I'm- that is
people
my
should be
point.
allowed
It's
to take
literally happening
risks.
now.
with their body.
I don't think the risks are known, though.
No. Modern medical science doesn't force you to use it. What the fuck are you on about?
My thing is that the risk to the average person isn't known.
You agree with us?
No, I'm saying you can see a charlatan or a snake oil salesman right fucking now. Anyone can, and die for it. There's no world that this exists where you can't do that. So what is your point? Even with the regulation,
what if I'm okay with the snake oil?
That's fine. That's what I'm saying.
Go
you
ahead.
Could do
okay,
that
so
now.
then you're with us.
You're not understanding me. You're not understanding me. You could go to a doctor right now who could tell you that you have inoperable brain cancer, but you could live for 3 more years if you do this, and choose to not do that and go and eat apples in the fucking forest or eat DMT or whatever the fuck it is that these snake charlatans
sounds like a
want to
good
fucking
day.
give you.
Hell yeah, bro.
Understand what I'm saying?
I wanna
But that exists now. That is current society.
No, it's not.
Yeah,
you have to get a license.
There is no regulatory body that forces you to see a medical scientist for your treatment.
Yes,
there
it is.
not.
If you
Where?
if you don't
Show
get a
me-
license,
show me where it
if you
says
do
you
not,
have-
if
no,
you
no,
don't
no,
get a
hang on,
license,
that's not the point.
if you don't
You
get
do
a
not have to
license,
seek that treatment. You're skipping over it. You're glazing it. You're
whatever. You don't get it.
are.
You're not understanding.
I get it completely. There is nothing
it's just-
stopping you from not taking
Okay,
part
no.
in that and doing whatever the fuck you want to do.
Working,
Regulation
working,
is not stopping you.
Working. What you're saying is that you can go and seek anybody's help that you want, as long as they don't make a claim that is going to do anything. It could or it couldn't, but you cannot make a claim. No, you cannot. No. That's where it comes into the government. You cannot make a claim. Everyone to the left. Never mind.
No,
I'm
still
here.
the greater aspect here is that this man is talking about regulation disenfranchising
Right.
medical
And
treatment
under-
amongst the
right,
population.
and-
I'm
and-
putting a mirror to his face and saying you can currently do what you're saying you want to do.
No, you can't.
There is nothing.
You are not allowed to go to a
Nothing-
unlicensed doctor. That doctor will go to jail if he gives you medical advice without a license.
Brother.
Is that
there
not
are
true?
so many.
Is that not true?
Yes. You're
Okay.
Right. Look,
okay. So I don't
fair.
want to hear
No, that's
it.
not what I'm
I don't want to
talking
hear
about.
it.
You could seek-
I don't
still
want to
seek
hear
treatment.
it.
You could
I don't
still
want to
seek
hear it.
treatment.
Yeah, whatever. I don't want to hear it.
And that doesn't stop people, like my example, some of
Whatever.
the richest cunts in the world, in
Whatever.
fact, pushing it away and not using it.
Whatever.
May I ask a dumb question? Because
Sure.
I just want to understand what the term means. So in the future, I understand it. If they are not given the term doctor, what are they called? Because they're not a doctor, right? So an
No, they
unlicensed
are a doctor.
Isn't a doctor.
That's not his point.
Just because they don't have a license doesn't mean they're not a doctor.
I'm a doctor.
Right. I mean, if it would be a doctor without a terminology behind it, then what is a doctor? That's all I'm asking. Like, what is
a
what is
person
one
that
that's
gives medical
He doesn't.
I guess
medical advice.
medical
need to be caught up.
services or whatever. A person that gives medical
What do
services.
you believe this man's position is? Just
my apologies.
so we're all on.
No, he's good. You're good.
No,
You're good. No.
His position is, which is a fair position, is that regulation is redundant in all shapes and forms, whether it comes to things like a doctor or whatever. Any professional, there should be no inherent regulation from the government.
Gotcha.
Therefore,
No problem.
someone should be able to commit any form of surgery
Gotcha.
or
Okay,
procedure.
so if I were to throw out this conversation of, well, how many times do you think that a set of brakes should be tested before they get put on a car? You would say there's no sense to regulate how many times a brake should work before it fails because regulation doesn't exist.
Yeah, that's what they're saying. Yeah.
Fucking,
Okay,
I fucking love
I think
that.
you put it in such a direct way. I was trying to get him at the whole. Oh, so
That
doctors
was-
can
I
just
wish
like
I-
you know
wish I
like,
thought
that
of
is
that.
a direct way of saying it. Yeah, you're not going to test the brakes at all, boys.
Okay.
Well, I mean, if you want to test, if you want to test the brakes, that's up to you.
But
No,
you're
I'm
buying a
buying.
car.
I'm buying
self-regulation,
assuming-
yes.
Yeah, if you want to, it's your car. It's up to you to test your
Brake.
fucking brakes. Yeah.
Oh,
But
it's
you-
not.
but you-
I love you, dude.
It should
This
be.
is so punk rock. That's so punk
But
rock,
It's not
man.
your job to test them. You're buying a product. You want it
Right,
to
yeah.
work the first time.
Well, that's up to you.
Well, I mean, do you go into a restaurant and just hope to God that your fucking meal isn't covered
Yeah,
in
If they
gold?
don't give,
otherwise.
if they don't give a good meal, then nobody's gonna want to go to them, and they'll go out of business.
Yeah, but if 6 people get salmonella last week, it doesn't matter.
You could sue them if they do something to you that causes you death or harm. You could sue them.
No, sir. Sorry. Gentlemen, pause. I'm going to jump in real quick. Go King. If it causes death, I can't sue them because I'm
Your family
dead.
could sue them.
Yeah, but I can't. That's the whole point.
Yeah, but that's like saying that. Yeah, but that's stupid. But because that's like saying, oh, we shouldn't have murder laws because if someone murders me, what am I gonna do? I'm already dead. But it's just like your family could still fucking charge his ass for what they did.
Oh, King. Well, let's put it this way. We were talking about the restaurant. This is a good example. So in your eyes, even though general sense says you should not mix utensils that are used with raw meat with utensils that are not used with non-raw meat.
What if I'm okay with it?
This is a regular... No, just stop. A matter of you're okay with it. I'm saying, you're saying there should be no benchmark that anyone can enter a kitchen and just freely feed the community because they should know better. They should be aware.
I know. I should know. I should be allowed to make my own decisions. I should be allowed to make my own decisions.
You want to live in where you
have
at
it, dude.
Yes,
go for it. I want to be allowed to make my own decisions. If I want to drink raw milk, if I want to drink raw meat, if I want to fucking,
that's the point. You can. You keep.
No, I cannot. It's illegal to drink raw milk. It is literally illegal to drink raw milk in the U.S.
No, it's not.
It is. Yes, it is. It's illegal to sell raw milk.
Yes,
go to a dairy farm and go to
it's illegal to sell raw milk.
It's illegal.
Why should it be illegal for me to sell raw milk?
That's not the point, bro.
It is the point.
Agreed. You're right. You're right. I agree. Unpasteurized milk should be.
It's not. It is.
You know what pasteurized milk is, dude?
If I want to go to a voodoo doctor,
it is not illegal to own a cow.
This guy just wants like fucking pestle worms.
If I want to go to a voodoo doctor,
it is not illegal to milk your cow. It is not illegal to drink the milk from your cow.
So
no, that is not a true statement.
Okay, so you want to nitwit you want to nitpick what I said. But the spirit of what I'm talking about is that the state restricts what I can do.
My rights.
Which I agree with, bro. That's where we're
because it should do no harm to somebody else. Yes, you should not be able to harm somebody else. Yes.
If I want to go to a voodoo doctor that cuts open a fucking chicken, looks inside, and then tells me, oh, the reason why you're wrong is because this chicken is messed up in this part of the body, I should be allowed to make that choice.
You can do that.
No, I cannot.
This guy, you're full of shit.
I cannot.
Yes, you can.
All
right, let's do it right now. You want to fucking prove my point? Give me $20 to feed you whatever fucking quasi chicken.
No, because you could go to jail for giving medical advice that
I could.
without being.
You couldn't. You could still do it.
That's stupid.
This is where you're skipping.
Stupid.
He's so close.
You're talking about free agency not existing on a level where it clearly does.
No, that's stupid. I want to be if I want to go to an unlicensed doctor.
You want to be allowed to do that? No. You want to be allowed to be the unlicensed doctor.
I think you should be allowed to be an unlicensed doctor. Yes.
That's fine then. That's what I mean. That's as long as we're talking actuality. You can't.
Oh my God! Are you seriously nitpicking what I'm saying? The spirit of what I'm talking about is that we shouldn't have licenses.
Okay, King. What type of doctor would you like? Do you need? Because this is like a topic that you seem
it's
to be
not,
very interested
dude.
in.
I'm just using this as an example, guys. I'm just using it as an example.
Well, I mean,
what type of doctor? I actually agree with you mostly, to be honest. So
okay, so we're on the same page, guys.
Like a psychiatrist.
If it was the apocalypse, we'd be comrades.
Dentist.
Why do you need a license to be a dentist or a brain surgeon? If I'm okay with somebody surgerying my brain, like who cares?
Well, okay, so then
I have to say,
so then now we have
someone a surgery your brain, you can do that.
No licenses.
All right. So, Sir King, can you sit right here?
Yeah, I got you. Come fiddle around with my. Give me a lobotomy.
Way down right here.
It's gonna be way cheaper than going to the doctor. Because if I go to the doctor, it's gonna cost me like $1,000.
Yeah. I'm all out of anesthesia, but it's fine. I'm gonna make it real good. All right.
Less anesthesia makes it less cheap. If I don't have anesthesia, it makes it more cheap.
You just haven't finished cooking.
Anna, can you go
You're
get
nearly there. You're nearly there. You'll get there.
The knife, the surgical knife, please. Thank you.
Got you.
All right. It's not clean though. It's fine. It's just all right. So we're gonna make a small incision right in your fucking forehead. And I don't know what I'm doing. By the way, shit, I totally messed up. Yeah, we're gonna use a car key to do the incision because that's all we got.
Exactly.
Where's the? Oh.
And actually, you know
There's no
what?
regulatory oversight.
Yeah, bro. If I want to do that, I should be allowed to. You know what I mean?
Like just.
Yeah,
I
no,
believe
you've done
you
it.
should be able
Now,
to-
now you have like a fucking blood infection because you.
Hey, I should be
went
allowed to
us.
take that
Your brain
risk.
circle.
I should be allowed to take that risk.
You can though. I keep saying
No,
this to you,
I
you literally
can't.
can.
The guy will get in jail
What do
to
you
go to
mean?
jail if he does it.
You keep focusing on the guy. We're talking about you.
It
not
doesn't.
him.
That's what I care about too. I care about the other guy too.
I got no driver's license. I got no documentation. I'm out of here,
Well, that's
dog.
not
I'm
very
leaving.
No, fuck driver's licenses. Fuck doctor's licenses. Fuck licenses.
All right, let's
Regulation,
just
anarchy.
we need to verge this to another topic because I feel like you are fundamentally an interest. I mean, all of you, but we're getting lost in the source here. Yeah.
All right,
But
but
let's
anyway,
move
I'm
on.
honestly getting really
What's
tired,
your,
so
what's
I'm
your
gonna go to
opinion
bed.
of women, King?
I love women. I think we should legalize prostitution.
Okay.
Yeah. Anyways, have a good night, guys.
Cool. All right.
Because deregulate.
All right, have a good night, everyone. I love you all.